is with the big hair. Well, at least it clings now. It doesn't flowing too far away from here. How's the glue holding it back here? I'm still thinking about a 2-inch haircut. Oh shit, I should watch TV because the Olympics are on. If I don't watch it, you know, for me 2 weeks just goes like that. And I don't have anyone in my life to tell me. Family members have just been breaking up from one another because of the death of my auntie. Anyway, it's shit, it's life. Well, I think the dandruff is well and truly cleared up. I've been non-stop editing and fighting PayPal disputes, trying to get refunds from, well, I'll tell you the name of the company after they've refused to give me a refund, but it's a hair company that I would not recommend dealing with. I'm gonna try to cut this. With scissors or with the vacuum thing, I don't know. I want to get it down to generally 2 inches all over. Bit of space there, huh? That's about as close as you can get with poly because, you know, those little hairs start growing there. It's all stuck down with tape. And I'm just going to constantly keep that covered over with a 2-inch hairstyle. I've been really gentle. I've slept on this last night after sticking it to my head. I've been really gentle and tried to do everything I can to avoid any tugging. And I also haven't had a shower in it, which could potentially stretch open the plastic that's closing in on the lace holes. Could the lace holes where the hairs are coming, not lace holes, the hair holes, they are hair holes. So the hair holes, can water from the shower when it's hot and stretchy go in and just to weaken the whole vibe in between the lace top layer of poly and the base pasted liquid poly that seals it, causing the V to sort of loosen and fall out more easily? Could it be that the shower is to blame? I'll just do a quick test right in front of you so it's on camera. See if anything's shedding here right now. Yeah, 2 from there. I'm being really gentle. 2. Don't forget, none of this has ever been cut or anything. It's just been placed on my head. That's it. Little one there. Okay, so 3 I got out of that. Just being really gentle. And 0. I want to see 0 all the time. Little one there. Being ultra careful, okay? Now, cutting this fucking thing. Wish me luck. Well, I think I have to wet it. You know what? I'm gonna have a shower. I finished having a shower. I was really gentle with the washing and rubbing my hands through my hair and towel drying. Left it a bit wet. Now I've got to brush it. Is this going to be the reason the hairs get ripped out? Let's just hope they don't get ripped out. Last time, this is my 5th of 6 hair pieces in a very short amount of time. Definitely less than a month. I mean, when was the first one? You've got all the dates in front of you. Not really though, because it's taking me like 2 or 3 days to edit each video. And hundreds of dollars. Because this is my second last hair system, I've gone ahead and ordered from Lord Hair. Their specials and discounts from buying 1 versus buying 6 has completely changed. It's now $209 for one of these ultra thin skin, 0.03 millimeter. Hair systems, whether you buy 1 or 6, they're still the same price. And then they offer you like a 10% discount for a monthly special or something. It's nothing. I couldn't even use the my own coupon code because you can only use it once, despite the fact that it's me. I've made them tens of thousands of dollars, right? They do give me some money though, which is good. But I still, when I need hair, I want to be able to get it cheaper. I can't. I've got to deal with the same problems you guys do. So I just ordered 4. It was like, it emptied my bank account. It was $1,000 for 4 of them. Australian, something like that. It was, yeah, stupid amount of money. Anyway, I need them. I was desperate. Didn't have time to negotiate. So now I am absolutely broke, and I might have to go back to Airbnb. So you'll probably be seeing me filming me do my hair in the gutter. That'll be a good lesson for you. Hopefully you'll learn how to do it the hardest way possible. I certainly won't have a rig where I can orbit myself like this when I'm sleeping in a fucking van or something. All right. Cutting of the hair. Again. Should I start with the back and just estimate 2 inches? Should I use the vacuum clippers? I don't think so. I think I need to sort of basically spin the camera out and try to start at some arbitrary spot back here and just try to go to 2 inches. This chunk is just too big. I've got to separate it more than that. This is silly. Okay, go across. That's not really good. I'm probably tagging on that. All right, here. Got to start somewhere. It really makes a difference using sharper scissors. If you don't have any, get some. I just ordered some little scissors because I watched some of the video back and realized that I needed them for removing exposed base along the front hairline. And when I was on the Lord Hair website to buy these 4 pieces, I checked the prices for getting a 2-inch haircut with 2.5 inches at the front. It's $30 to do that. To get your stencil cut out is only $10. I thought it was $30 for each, but it's only $10 to have your hairpiece cut to your stencil size. As you can imagine, this is extremely hard. It'd be 45 Australian dollars for me for every haircut that Lord Hair, for example, did at checkout. I just got 4 hair pieces, that's $180. I questioned, do I trust them to cut my hair the way I want? And my answer was no. There is a 30-day money-back guarantee if you didn't put it in your head. But that's a lot of wasted time. It remains to be seen whether or not the crown is going to behave itself on this one. And to see when it dries how bad the length is so I can cut more off. I don't think I've cut too much off anywhere. I think it should be alright. Let's spin you around because I'm sick of looking at myself through this mini camera. Also, I'm going to give myself some decent yellow lighting so I don't look like a fucking... One thing that all those other videos had in common is that they were using nice lighting to make themselves look good rather than honest lighting to help you learn how to do things properly and, you know, make myself look bad, which is what I do. I don't care about myself as much as I care about you. Honestly, otherwise I wouldn't be doing this. All the deals I'm negotiating to change the industry is because I know the people who are bald have fucking issues because it's painful to be bald and they need something realistic, not fucking doll's hair and corner cutting from companies who are not doing a good enough job. So I look for faults and I try to fix or demand that they be fixed. As you all should be if you have honour. And that just goes for every aspect of your life. Sometimes it just means justice. Or just demand justice. Don't sit back and say you're a peacemaker if you're watching annihilations and wars happen. Or turning a blind eye to them, that's even worse than watching. At least if you watch, you might cringe and then think, maybe I should have taken some action and feel guilty about it, and then next time maybe you'll do something about it. Maybe. Depends how much of a coward or how honourable you are. Thousands and thousands of hours of work. Obviously this would all be a lot easier if I was just looking after myself. I wouldn't try to accommodate you with products you can buy for yourselves. I would have just made something that worked for me in this particular bathroom. Not a one-size-fits-all solution. This is my 5th hairpiece out of 6. It cost me over like several $1,000s, I think. Well, at least $1,000. But all the products and equipment and everything, several $1,000s. Several hundreds of hours for this fucking thing. And my auntie just died and we're preparing her wake and some of the family members have stopped talking to each other, potentially permanently. That's all happening. So I really hope you appreciate these long fucking videos, which I am editing. I could have just fucking blumped them out into the ether, but I am editing them in one way or another. They are taking a long time to edit. I'm still backlogged to about, I don't know, a week or 2 ago. This, what I'm saying now, will probably air if I decide to chuck it in. To tell you to fucking be honourable about things. Which I shouldn't say, right? I don't give a fuck. Be honourable. Don't be a fucking cunt. Don't watch the world burn and do nothing. Complain, at least. Sorry, I need the windscreen wipers. It's better. No, it's not. Why are they no longer reaching? Did I inadvertently cut my eyelashes? Anyway, that's my 5th hairpiece in, I'd say, 3 weeks. Swimming caps. Nope, but maybe swimming headbands. They block the ears. I'm looking at neoprene. Does that grip downwards? I was also looking at anti-snoring aids, which sort of had a chin holder that could pull up and had a sort of a circle here, but that wasn't an adjustable circle that would give you where you wanted it to land. Because this thing, whatever I had before, that circle, that white circle thing that I made, was the closest thing to something good that I could just really jam down that razor blade and it couldn't get through. Everything else seemed like the razor would slip down and shave off your good hairs. Now, this hairpiece that I put on has dried. From top and everything else, it looks really pretty good, except for the fucking back. What is going on with this crown problem, and why isn't it the main thing people who are long-term wearers who've solved all the other problems? How have they not decided to mention this in every video? I fear that the tape is quite visible. I can see that's the line at the top of the tape and that's the line at the bottom of the tape. Also in this low sunlight environment, I'll just open the shades here. There's some pretty bright sunlight right there. There's quite a lot of shine happening in the forehead. I know there's about 1 millimeter of potential hit and miss along the front there. But yeah, I think it's quite, as well as the, I'll have to flip cameras because this one's not really good. I think it's quite obvious, isn't it? The tape is visible as well as the doll's hairlines. And this is sort of happening all the way around the perimeter where the tape resides. All the way around this bit is definite overhang, I know that, but I don't know what you're seeing. I can't really see. I'm just trying to stand in the sunlight back here and I haven't got a screen to look at. I'm just looking in the mirror. What I'm saying is liquid adhesive glue doesn't show these things. It tends to merge the hairpiece into the skin more, and there's certainly no stopping it at a certain point. Tape is a particular thickness, a straight, unnatural line all the way across. So I think most people use glue at the front, don't they? I just fear it's just so shiny. This is a brand new hairpiece. I put it on. Well, if I haven't slept since I put it on. I don't know how many days that was ago that I put it on. It's 1 week that it's been on. Is that right? Or did I sleep with it and then have a shower? I don't remember. I'm going to carry this stuff around with me, so I've got liquid, so I can always do this just from my backpack. I assume you all carry a backpack or some kind of portable bag so you can have things. Yeah, I don't understand people who don't have backpacks.
Sounds like you don't understand a lot.
Yeah. I can see that I'm grateful that I've received hundreds of views for this series. This is the biggest project I've ever worked on this channel. It's also the biggest transformation I've ever made to my hair. So far I have not got it right. This is hairpiece number 5 out of a 6-pack. Make it sound like it's cheap. No, it's a lot of money. But, you know, I assumed I would have to do some sort of experimentation. What I didn't know was that the crown would be awful. I've been really delicate, trying not to, you know, encourage any kind of shedding. There hasn't been much on this one yet. I've been very gentle with it, being careful to brush it gently, shower with it gently. I think shedding would be decreased if your hair was shorter. There's less, you know, less to tug on, basically. Less to tug on with the water in the shower and less to tug on when you brush it. So even when I press down, I haven't got a great view of all of this, but I'm about 2 meters away from the mirror. I'm 1 meter, 1.5 meters. Yeah, tape's not doing for me around the edges here. There's also a feeling, like I can feel there, and I know I would feel there if it was just adhesive glue, but I can't feel there. It's like the barrier's too thick. Listen to the sound difference to where I scratch where there's no tape underneath. There is a difference. Now I would have expected less vibration where there's tape because that's just padded right up, right? Solid. And the bits that there are no tape, it's just a thin membrane of plastic over skin with an air gap. That should vibrate more and make more of a rustling noise. But this one's quite secure because of the 26 mini strips I put on it. What are they called? Mini tabs. I've got 3 more packets coming from the United States, along with a 12-yard roll of Walker tape, original. I don't think it's too long at the front, but it might be, if I want to achieve that, just fluff over where there's no chance of there being a part for somebody to look in at my hairline. So I'll review that in days to come. And as I say, I'm more concerned with this back. Now at the moment I've just completely saturated it so it's as weighted as possible, but when it dries it will come up. And when I lie on the pillow it'll stick up. So yeah, I'm not sure what to do about the crown problem. There's the whole lace idea, and then there's secondly, there is the brushed back hair pieces you can buy, which are stitched that way. And I imagine those ones wouldn't need a crown because there's no need for them to change direction back here, because it's all going that way from start to finish. If you were brave enough to have a front brush back look at all times. By the way, the microphone's on the other side of the camera, so, and it doesn't flip 180, so I'm sorry about the audio. Anyway, in my conclusions, I'm just you know, showing you that the crown is a problem and tape now appears to be shiny and a problem, and also I've got not overhang, not a gap, just a lip of plastic all the way around, and it's never been like that when I glued edge to edge. So I'm pretty sure next time I will avoid the tape and go back to glue. I will probably glue onto the hairpiece, not onto my head. Then just spray it with alcohol and just position it. What I did find last time I did the positioning, which was the placement, which was very hard because it was always getting stuck in the wrong spot and it was hard to move, was once I brushed it, even though it was askew, once it was sort of hard in position, I could just around the edges to just refine it. That seemed to be the best way to get it accurate with some control. Got some deliveries here. That is the biggest bottle of Walker Tape Ultra Hold I've ever seen. But I can smell it really strongly. They probably put it in a plane. It's rock solid. It's got glue on the outside of it. Yeah, it's looks like it's pressurized and punctured itself out of the side. Hopefully via the lid. Hopefully. They are big, and they're the sort of bottles that if you left the lid off over and over and over again with all these applications, they would dry out. Yeah, I didn't think it was possible to get these in Australia. Wish I had some smaller scissors so that I could open smaller packages sometimes. It's like pass the parcel. Smaller scissors. That is a lot of packaging. I do not need all this. Sorry, environment. They're very pointy and potentially stabby, but they should be able to get around the fine areas of my front hairline if I've got exposed base, potentially the back as well, without causing massive amounts of destruction. I got it back. I sent it back for a refund because I thought it was too heavy, and it might be because that ball joint on the seesaw arm will have to be tightened a lot to make sure that this thing doesn't just sag down, but I still need maneuverability up and down and everything. So if this is too heavy, I will start investigating more heavy duty ball heads. But yeah, this little light that I've got on the phone right now, the little Ulanzi one that charges off USB, it's really dim. Not here, it's okay. It looks bright enough here. And I've got the room lights turned on as well. Just so I can see how this thing is supposed to click together. Yeah, when I repacked this thing, I was always like, what's this last hole for here? I never knew. And now I see it's not for anything. Oh, I know what it is. I know what it is. That's why this is small and there's only one battery. In the United States, I saw it advertised, you guys get 2 batteries and a double charger, and it costs less. That's what it is. When they ship it to Australia, they're like, how do we cut down weight and rip these colony convicts off? And we always get less for more money. That's what happens. Now, while I like this charger because it gives me a nice percentage of the battery level, it is it's only a single, and I've got 2 double battery chargers already. And I'll leave that battery in there just for a rainy day. This is a phone holder, which I will need. It's a micro USB to USB-A, which goes to show how old this is. Everything's USB-C at this point in history. So I don't know if Niwa is going to come out with a newer light, but from what I understand, this is their most recent version of a smartphone rig. You know, a substantial amount of brightness, ring light. They do have another one that's way more expensive, but it's mega heavy, and it definitely wouldn't work hanging off the ceiling. It's 19-inch diameter, I think, which is what's that equal? It's a handspan. Okay, let's just assume 1, 2, 3. I don't really know. I don't really know. Is that a foot? Is that like a foot? Dimensions here. It doesn't say. I'll figure it out one day maybe. But yeah, if it was 19-inch diameter, I assume it's like out to there, and the whole thing's like this big. And then the phone would be tiny in the middle. Yeah, I need this phone holder connected. This will be one of those, don't get your fingers in the way because they'll shut quickly. Yeah, it's like a guillotine. Like, you'd probably break somebody's knuckle in that hole. And lucky I've done this before, that'll save some time. You've got to remove this part so you can get underneath with this internal screw, so you can come up underneath the phone holder like this. That's probably why they don't sell these things internationally, because they could cause big spills and it smells toxic. I could get in there with a screwdriver. I probably should, given it. I never really want to rotate the phone without the light ensemble. But we'll wait and see if it's a weak connection before I bother with that. And I've just realised I don't have to worry about clipping that light on anymore once I've got this installed. I just have to take the phone, put it in. I need the microphone plugged into the side of the phone though. The MV88 from Shure, which is, I think, doing well. I haven't really listened back. I'm so far behind with the editing. I finished my first page, my first sequence, 24 hours worth of raw footage. I've just popped out 12 videos. And I'm taking a bit of a break before I continue. But yeah, I am fairly happy to have that back. I'll put a battery in, hook them all up so they're charging. I've got 4 batteries, and now I've got 5, plus an extra charger if I need it. Love it. Well, that's good. See, the reason I chose this particular ball head, this is the ball joint that needs to be really tight to accommodate this heavy extension light. I've set that out quite far as well. I'll flip you around. Okay, this is a stability test for this new setup. The arm is quite extended. What's it like up higher? Can you stay? No. What if I bring you in shorter, which is a more common distance? Can you stay now? Yes. And I could potentially tighten this ball a bit more. Say goodbye to the little one. The new one's so much brighter, seriously. And also, I can use the warm lights. Alexa, turn off the bathroom. Alexa, pause. Turn off the bathroom. White, yellow, full brightness, 0. Little one. Where's the toggle switch? Yep, full brightness on yellow. Going dimmer, going brighter. I should go the same distance, shouldn't I? Okay. White mode, mixed mode, which is the brightest, that's the brightest this light can go. And then warm. I'm now just going to turn it off. Alexa, turn off the bathroom. Now I'm going to turn this one on with a really nice switch. Really nice switch. Come on, switch. Be nice. Alright. Oh, it was set to minimum, didn't it? So it was turned on. Alright. Now, that's so much brighter. Just look at the room around me. This is white. This is middle of... Yep, that's full yellow, full warm, full cool, and medium. It's something to do with 5,500 to 3,500 or something Kelvin, I don't know what it is. But that's super bright. And what it needs to do is overpower the sun. When the sun's facing this way, I still need to see the back of my head. I will probably draw the shades when that happens. Right. Alexa, turn on the bathroom. Okay, looks like we got a little stray here. Oh, is that 1 or 2? That's 2 separates. Not good. Yeah, so looks like the second company's not going to do the bleaching either. They don't want to. I think they're making enough money, they don't care. I can't guarantee enough purchases. If enough of you want bleached roots, let me know that you would buy them so I can tell the companies so they will make them. If I can tell them that they'll get 100 sales in the first 2 months, they're likely to do it. But if none of you give a shit, then it's just me. But I would have thought that all of you would prefer your hair to look like it's just coming out of your scalp rather than coming out of dolls' hairlines. I don't know. Yes, I do. You'd be mad not to agree with me. I'm not joking. I can't see anything because it's not hooked up to anything, right? So I'm very happy to have this light back. And I'm giving it a bit of a tug now, and it's just staying there when I let go. I'll push it up. It should loosen it over time though. That's staying pretty well. It's got some good rotation. It's good. Yeah, I'm very happy with this rig now. It's a pity it took so much blood, sweat and tears. I will make a separate video showing you exactly what the final components are if you want to get a ceiling mounted light with absolute ease and perfection like this one. 1, 2, 3, 4 items. Then you'll need a phone. You won't need to get a nice microphone like this unless you want to film stuff, but if you do and you have an old iPhone with its lightning socket, you should be able to do what I did and get this second-hand, cheap, the MV88 microphone. You've heard comparisons with all the other microphones I've been using throughout the development of this process, and I'm pretty sure this one is going to be fucking amazing. I don't know what electrical interference is happening. You're right next to an LED light and you're surrounded by electricity with a battery right beside you, and it's coming out of a phone as well. So hopefully there's no buzzing going on with that. There was no app that I needed, though it does have a Motive audio recorder and a Motive, this is Shure's name, they should just call it Shure, the Shure camera, the Shure microphone. They didn't, they've gone with the word Motive, so M-O-T-I-V. That's the name of the 2 apps I've got, one for video and one for sound, and then you can use graphic equalizer on that to change from cardioid to stereo and all the other different modes this microphone is capable of. It fits really well inside the newer smartphone rig. You can see it for yourself here. See how well you fit? So solid, look at that. That's how well you fit. And that's how well you stay in midair. Even if I don't want to angle you. See? Look, Ma, no hands, no head, just... This is really the best setup, I think, that consumers can buy. What I've put together here. It is. There's no doubt. I'm not even unscrewing anymore because the connections that I've gone with are just like perfect. And it's really stable. In fact, the wobble that I experienced with the phone has sort of gone away, despite the fact that this is heavier and it should be settling. I think the weight actually keeps it forced down and gives less wobble. I'm sure it wobbles a bit if I did that. That's quite a lot of wobble. And you stopped yet? At any rate, don't whack it, just use it sensibly. I love it. Yeah, so finally got the lighting rig done and finally got a full topper on. Still got problems with this weird feeling lump, and when I wake up the hair's all over the place. Tell me in the comments below, tell each other in the comments below, because I haven't been looking at the comments, especially since I didn't want to be given any advice during this process that might have prevented me from inventing things. Like, look at all the ideas that I've had. I might have reinvented the wheel and it didn't help, but at least it took me on a different mental path that I would not have developed in the neural pathways of my brain if I'd heard somebody else mention, oh, that's good, or that's bad, or check this link out, this is exactly how it's done, everyone's already knows how to do this. Like, everyone knows you use tape and Saran wrap to make a stencil, but I invented this. I think this is probably potentially better. Potentially. Can't get damaged either. And it conforms to both the mannequin head and your own head. And you can wear it to the synagogue. Spent a long time thinking about the sticky uppiness of these lace pieces, the shedding, and the inability to really brush it into a nice position. Also, when I put my glasses on, see, it's jamming the arms of the glasses up and underneath the plastic. It might go up, so it would be nicer to have this higher, and also yeah, look what happens when you use tape along the front. I said that my hairline should end here, but maybe it should end up a bit higher, like you guys say, which means I could bring it up maybe by 3/4 of an inch on each side, like you guys said. And instead of coming all the way down to the back here, I could potentially stand it at the bald spot, but I can't do it because of the crown problem, because of the chunk. Now, I considered, what about lace? I can just really bleach it. The company's not getting back to me about creating bleached roots. It seems easy, doesn't it? But with them, I think they're just stuck in their ways. I don't know if they're able to think. Anyway, this is an old lace custom rectangle that I had made for the sake of cutting out front partials years ago. it was hard to get them to make this as well, because they don't usually make pieces that are not all the same sort of dome shape. This is poly, so this is lace. I'd say probably French lace. And I think it's only 6 inches wide. If I were to have a really good connection back here, I could let that bit be seen by people and just have a completely one-directional brush forward look, just cut to a size like that. Just a flat, or even if it was round, just and have 100% forward, so there's no crown, which would mean that at the crown it would be just 100% forward from back here. I know the crown is the point at which everything's supposed to go down, but if I use my natural nice growing hair from that point where the bald spot ends, which is already automatically going down based on my natural bio hair, could I make that perimeter back here completely forward? The problem is there's no way I'd want it brushed forward at the sides. I'd want the sides brushed back. So there must be a point at which it needs to sort of swing around and change directions. I don't know what I'm talking about. I was just thinking maybe lace, because it's got knots and everything, and I can bleach it perfectly so it's, you know, nice on skin or whatever. It's hard to demonstrate this. Lace gives you options if you don't mind the mess. But this is mess in its own way, isn't it? Hairs pulling out, hairs sticking up totally. Look at how flat that can be, sort of just based on its own. But the thing is, these are longer. They're probably 4-inch hairs. The other thing with this is, I think I could potentially get it to stay down more if it was longer, but we've seen when I woke up, which I just have again here now, we can see that even when the hairs are 6 inches long, they are still fucking all over the place. So now I'm thinking, is it the chemicals they use to make the hairs really rigid and stay where they do? Is this what happens with Indians? Because Indians, despite how perfect their hair is, it is sticky, uppy and wavy if I think of an Indian man. It's not like flowing downwards, like, you know, really flowy. You only see that on people with hair when each strand is really skinny, I think, and smooth and slides over itself. Because it's annoying to me that the whole thing has to be sticking up so far. Away, sunlight! How do I solve this? How about just buying a lace hairpiece? Don't have any money left now. I just bought 4 more of these. The whole reason I went down further was because the crown just punches out at that height, unless I really force it to brush down. But it looks like I will have to constantly be brushing this into position. I won't be carrying this around in my bag with me, but I might take this around in my bag with me. It doesn't put out a ton of liquid compared to the water, and the water's almost free compared to this stuff. This does smell like perfume though. I love it though. It smells great. This stuff. because without wetting it, there's just no way to style it. So potentially I can have it this short. The front fluffy, shorter hairstyle that allows complete coverage of this front hairline could be just as good as this long front, which is, you know, past my eyebrows. I need to watch more of what other people have done with their videos, but I don't know if people have given as much of a full analysis of the behaviour of their hairpieces as I do. I just had a shower and now I've got to go to the psychologist with my mum. She just lost her sister. Her brother is no longer speaking to her, but she's no longer speaking to him. And I basically let her off the hook so she doesn't have too many problems, because she's in the middle of too many disputes. And I realise I've just learned to live with my pain, so I might as well let her go. I needed her all these years, but she sent me off to shrinks, which were no real use. That's why I'm going to take some alcohol with me today. Give myself something to be entertained by. I'd love for the psychologist to finally, after all these years of speaking to psychologists, what did I say, psychiatrist? No, it's a psychologist, clinical, no, it's clinical, I don't know, just a psychologist, right? I'd love for them to be able to solve problems, but from my experience, they just can't. Like I've deliberately chosen not to heal out of, to deliberately self-harm, to make sure that I feel maximum pain. I'm not really choosing that anymore. I'm just letting life happen. So it might just go away, maybe, if I don't think about it, maybe. And my mum has got leukemia, so she needs to heal. So I don't want to stress her out with, oh, you haven't saved me yet. You haven't communicated what I've told you to my family. And I've been alone all these years because of it. All I needed was a second voice to back me up, and you just remained fucking quiet, even though you're the only one who knew my story or cared about it. Said you cared about it. Anyway, she has let me suffer. I wouldn't do that to a kid, I don't think. I think I would run into a burning house and rescue my child. Make sure my child survived, and I'd put myself second. That's what I think I would do. I mean, I've kind of proven that that's what I would do. I've sacrificed my entire fucking life for my family already. Let's hope that I don't get any shedding, and this kind of stays where I want it to. These are the triple focals, so you're only in focus when I do that. How's this microphone and lighting setup? I freaking love it. It's really, I think this is the final copy, what I've made here. It's stiff enough to sort of stay where I put it. Works well. Going up and down is still possible. It's good. I like the level of stiffness in all of this. If I extend the pole, which I can obviously, because it's an extendable pole, then the weight becomes too much and I have to make it too tight in order to prevent it from flopping. So if I let go now, you're slowly sinking down. So I'd keep this shorter. And now it's fine. I didn't realize how quickly time was going. I put this hairpiece on 6 days ago now. It's got tape around the edges, all the edges, no adhesive glue, no liquid adhesive glue, just tape. And no hair product. I had a shower this morning, and this is just a few hours after the shower. The crown problem, geez, tape causes itchiness, I think. Either that or there's stuff underneath, you know, the illness or whatever it is. When I use, by the way, this is the rig. I love it. It's perfect. It's perfect. I'll make a separate video about how to buy the parts and assemble this rig. It's really, after all the many hours of research and trial and error and buying and refunding, and this is the ultimate. Unfortunately, you can't just hook it into the ceiling and just pull the whole thing out of the ceiling. You've just got to leave it there. So you've got to be willing to do that. And most people probably are not willing to have a black industrial, media, what do you call it, film equipment, have black film equipment sticking out of their ceiling. You can detach it from the post, though. Okay, so that, see at a glance like that. It can detach at this point, but you would still have that post sticking down because that part up there is not easily removed. It's not click and or screw off. You've got to pull the whole thing out. When I do Airbnb, of course I'll take that out. Well, maybe not, of course. Maybe just leave it there and they can just wonder what it is. But if I did do that, I would just, because I want to keep the mounting holes in the ceiling, I would just put a white sticker paper over it. Just cut a square of white sticker paper and just stick it up on the ceiling. It would match close enough that nobody would care. I would care if it was my house and I was renovating it, but other than that, it'll be fine for renters. I haven't been out in the wind with this. Just looking at that, I would say all around the border, all around the edges, if there was any way to see through, which is, you know, every time I put hair product in, the tape line, even though tape is clear, I don't know why this happens, but a very clear line becomes apparent. I don't know if this will be evidenced to you now, if I just style, it's not really styling product, it's just, it smells nice. Leave-in conditioner. Because my hair as it is fluffed enough that it's like acceptable. It's not the best style because it hasn't been styled. But yeah, I'll avoid the brush and I'll just do that. It's going to dry identical to what I just did. I just like to have some sort of control over where it all lands. The greys have grown back, although not entirely, I would say. I think I wiped off a lot of that dye in the process. I looked at Rick's hairline where okay, so Santa Claus Rick made a template which comes down onto his forehead. There's no way his hairs naturally ever grew there. He has changed that. I could see the wrinkle on his forehead and he glued down past it. I don't think many people do that. And then he went straight up and he had he deliberately gave himself a recession like really high, a really high recession. If his hairline was down here, his recession went up to here. I don't know why he chose to do that. Maybe he just wanted a narrow hairpiece, I don't know. But what he could have done is just gone sideways like me. I don't know whether I should favour some sort of recession like Rick, and also it seems Jake Kent. Jake Kent doesn't seem to have a brush black back look very often. Got to watch more of his videos. But they both seem to have very narrow hairpieces. Got to look again at Curtis as well. I'm sure there are other hairpiece vloggers like me out there. Oh, I should watch more of their videos. Rick, Curtis, Jake Kent. They could teach me some things, because this is my first time. Remember that. This is a masterpiece. What this thing coming out of the ceiling that's able to film me right now, and giving me access to seeing the back of my own head, in conjunction with a power mirror and this this iPad holder. Will I continue to dye the greys? Yes, because it's too stark a contrast between medium dark brown and grey. I could buy a hairpiece that has greys in it. What the fuck would I choose that for? Fuck. So no, I'm not going to do that. I'll dye them. And this hair length seems good. Now I still haven't bought some kind of ruler that would easily be able to shove it against my head and give me a proper indication of hair length. But as it stands, it looks like this is a 3-inch cut, just down to my eyebrows. I've got a 3-inch forehead. We go from front center. Actually, from front center, 3 inches is the bottom of my eyebrows. But if we go across to here, where the hairline is there, yeah, maybe it's still 3 inches. Okay, so it's, I have a 2.5-inch forehead. I have a 2.5-inch forehead, and my hairs at the front are 3 inches long, so they go to the bottom of my forehead. So I've got a 1/2-inch eyebrow. Right now, the back is 2 inches, just at that random spot. The top is 2 inches, pretty much. I would say I've got a 2-inch haircut with a 3-inch fringe. This seems to be a good length for us. And I mean everyone. I'm pretty sure that's, unless you're going for a longer look, this is a safe length for you. Unless you wanted to do a shorter front. But I wouldn't go shorter back and sides, especially where the crown is surrounded by all this and there's mayhem going on in that crown. Now I think other companies or even Lord Hair may make other crown patterns when they're stitching in, instead of just going, you know, all in one direction here forwards, all in one direction here back, and then when you get to the crown, you don't just go sideways, like just don't give a fuck, and just do it more compact than usual, which is what it seems like they've done based on my examinations. I think I've seen other videos where people have actually created a star shape. Too neat, not natural looking, but a star shape. But I don't know what they're doing with the stitching pattern in there. Are they going all in one direction, then the star goes all horizontal? Or are they trying to neatly starburst it out from a central volcanic point, like our heads naturally do? Well, our heads don't just naturally volcano out as a starburst. I think our natural crown would starburst out, but somehow spiral a bit. I don't know. Whatever they're doing, all these companies. I don't know much about crowns. I've only had this one experience from these 6 hairpieces. But if it's the same in other companies where they're just going nose to spine, and then suddenly they just swap and go horizontal ear to ear, that's completely unacceptable. That's caused a whole bunch of shit going on here, right? It seems like a little bit of a complicated problem, but if I were a hair manufacturer, I would initially think, and I don't know if they tried this and then it didn't work, you would think, put the dot on the 7.5-inch mark, or if you think everybody's heads are shorter than that, just at the 7-inch mark, okay, fine. Then just stitch that way outwards. Like have the hairpiece when you're stitching on a rotating mannequin head, or whatever you need for the workers to use as a mount, as a holder for them to do their stitching, and then just go forward, side. So it looks like the sun. That's how you would do it. First instinct, isn't it? Anybody in their right mind would do it that way, right? Would that result in a little circle here, which is too obvious? Would that mean that it's going to cause problems for those people who don't have their crown at exactly 7 inches from the hairline? It's going to be a problem either way. The best solution is reinvent the wheel, reinvent V-loops. I think even if you knot in lace, for example, if you knot instead of V-loop, you're still probably going to have the hairs are going to sort of move with each other sort of problem. I get the feeling though, they would fold equally that way, as 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 that way, right? They should be able to move messily. I don't know. But given that they are on netting, and the stitcher has decided it's this netting it's landing on, then it would probably prefer to do that than that. Right? It might want to always come back up. And it might be okay with there or there, but then when you try to do it there, it's sort of like, no. You know, I don't know how it wants to behave. I don't know. I haven't examined the physics of knots properly. But like I said, if you could get a hairpiece with individual hairs that did not have some lock associated with the hair beside it that it was tied in with, and that's called injection something or other. And I have had one before, but I just remember it was really bad for some reason. I'll have to go back and watch my own videos. I don't remember what I did with that. But at that time, at all other times prior to this time, it's all just been front partial stuff. So the examination of the crown has never been on my mind. Like I said, it's like the core of an apple that I always discard. Because I used to get, 1 front and 2 backs from a hair system. Now it's just one. Everything else is discarded. If I cut it out, this one, of course, is the hair system itself, which is constituting the entire hairpiece. I haven't cut off anything. Now, when I put my glasses on my face, they can get caught up in here. Right now, I can feel it resisting underneath the hairpiece because tape has a little lip on it all the way around. That doesn't happen with liquid adhesive. Though it might, because the hairs on the sides that are coming down never came down at the front when I created a perimeter. The perimeter was flat here, right? There weren't tiny little hairs coming downwards like they are all around the back and sides. The back and sides is different behavior to the front hairline. So there might always be a lip because the poly hairpiece has to sit over the beginnings of those hairs. If you want it to sit exactly flat, you would have to wait until the edge of those hairs. That's a lot of precision, right, for a start. And also this area is thin, you can see through. So it would be a clearly obvious thing to anyone looking. You might be better off covering over those initial hairs completely, which means either a flap or gluing the base of the poly onto the hairs themselves. I never knew about this predicament. We're talking about 1/2 centimetre probably for this transition to go from where the hairs begin after you've shaved out your shave zone and the edge of the hairs where they're thinner until you reach the dense part where you can no longer see this transition area. That bit, you can't see that anymore. And that's why I'm thinking the poly could flop down onto there and there'd be a thicket at that point. So long as your sides and back. By the way, my natural hair length The best way for me to do this is use this thing. Use this side. And shove it right up against my brains, and then look at my actual hairs. And they come out to 35 centimeters, which is just over an inch. Alexa, what's 35 millimeters in inches?
35 millimeters is 3.5 centimeters.
Alexa, what's 3.5 centimeters in inches?
3.5 centimeters is about 1.38 inches.
Not quite an inch and a half. Naturally, back here. When it does get to an inch and a half, it'll probably be even better in terms of blending. Especially if this is, let me just double check this just random point on the hairpiece itself. The different sides of this ruler say different things weirdly. And that goes all the way up to there. 60. Alexa, what's 60 mils in inches?
From answers.com, 60 mils is equivalent to 0.06 inches.
What's that? Alexa, what is 60 millimeters in inches?
60 millimeters is about 2.4 inches.
Yeah, 2.4. So I'm fluctuating between 2 and 2.5 inches around here. Neatly, I should be at 2 inches. If we examine what's going on back here, I can't because I haven't set up a power mirror or anything, but you can see it. If I flick up there, are they the same length? Yes or no? Quickly. I've got to be careful. I will start looking at making a summary about all this, given that I feel like I'm nearly done. It is my first hairpiece. It would be not my first. It is my first topper hairpiece that I've worn with a shave zone. This experience, it has taken more than one day to do it all. Massive amount of effort, actually, mostly to do with the ability to see the back and sides of my own head clearly without frustration. Just being able to move this around and manipulate it and have that extra camera system set up for me. So that the screen, the 8-power mirror and everything, be able to come up and look down from above and all the other things I need to do to get good visibility. But there are also the other problems, the crown problem, the front hairline shedding. And basically on the topic of shedding, that's all V-loop related, I think. So if I bought lace next time, I could potentially avoid shedding a lot more. I mean, the knots can undo or break, but that'd be much less significant problem. When I get to lace, the perimeter would match a lot better. The removal and cleanup of lace, I assume would be more difficult. I don't think you could get away with tape and lace. You might, if it was really well hidden. The other thing is abrasions on your scalp. Does the touching of a hairpiece on your naked scalp without any glue to cover over it or tape to cover over it cause abrasions? Does it add to extra sweating problems? Would blocking it all out cause worse problems because your scalp can never breathe? Some of the hair videos I've seen, people have scratch marks and things all over their heads, and I was wondering how that happened. You could see one earlier in my video series where I have a rectangle red mark, which was from the tape, and it didn't go away even after like 24 hours. Might have been some sort of allergic reaction in that one spot. I don't know why that was. Anyway, yeah. What I will do, because I haven't read any of your comments yet, I want to remain absolutely blind to what you guys already know, because you guys might give me advice about your old habits or what you've seen other people do. But I have fresh eyes to this, which is a remarkable opportunity to create new changes in this industry. So it's just lucky that I don't know what I'm doing. And I'm willing to find out. I'm forging a new path. If you have two science groups trying to solve a single issue and they work together, there will hardly be any brainstorming compared to if these guys did not communicate with these guys and they both had to solve that one issue. These guys might invent a wheel and these guys might invent an entire interplanetary track system with just teleportation vents and shit like that, right? So don't let them speak to each other. That's the important thing, and that's what I've been very careful to do here. But when I get to the end, which I feel like I'm coming to now, because this is my first hairpiece, it's on my head, I'm not happy with tape, I will try glue next time. With poly, I could pre-glue the poly and place it on, or I could pre-glue my scalp and place it on. But I think I'd probably pre-glue the. I would probably pre-glue the hairpiece because it's hard to control your hand when looking in a mirror without getting glue in your hair. And even if you were careful, it's more effort than being able to see everything clearly on a mannequin head. So why would you choose to do it on your hair? And the other thing is you don't want any flappage around the edges, on the edges of the hairpiece around your scalp. So even if there is overhang, it might have a good chance of sticking to the hairs. Now those hairs will flap with the tape underneath it. Like your natural bio hairs will flap with the tape if there is overhang. But as it's half dry, when it's half dry, that's when you get an opportunity to just go around and tweak it around the edges using a proper mirror system so you can see the back and sides of your own head clearly. I am so glad I went and repurchased this new light. All my baldness is completely gone. And yeah, I will publicly go back and read all your comments. If you're fast enough, you might be able to go and delete them if you're embarrassed, because I'm going to rip the shit out of you. No, no. I let people target me, right? I'm the fall guy. I'm the guinea pig, and I allow it. You know, I think of myself as Jabba the Hutt, and I fucking am. You saw me in the shower. I was fucking stupidly fat. But today I received 2 things that will help me with that. One is a tape measure that stretches around your body, gives a digital readout and sends it via Bluetooth to your phone into an app that gives you a health readout of your biceps, your belly, your tits and everything else. And I've also bought a set of scales that also Bluetooth potentially to that exact same app. And so I will be getting readouts of my body, how weak my biceps are. Is there even a line there yet? No, there's nothing. I don't do anything. I sit at a computer all day. However, I do think I might be a mesomorph, which is super lucky. If I wank face down, for example, I'll probably get a 6-pack. But I just like lying on my back and just like letting it happen with robots and stuff. So I don't ever do any exercise of any kind whatsoever, really. Unless I really, really go out of my way to leave the house, which I hardly ever do. This edge here, there is overhang because the hairpiece is actually wider than my shave zone right now. Because the glasses are already starting to get caught in here, I could afford to, well, the first thing I could do is simply slice off a little bit of the width of the hairpiece, which would require maybe a stencil. I don't know. Or it could just be a matter of just guessing with a ruler. The angle of curvature changes from the front hairline of the contour they've provided from Lord Hair for this particular UTS piece. by the way, the prices have jumped up massively. That $130 method of getting $130 versions of this hairpiece, I hope you did it when I said to do it, because now they're like, I don't know, they're closer to $300 each. And you don't get discount for buying bulk anymore. So they're the same price as everywhere else. Yeah, I mean, you gotta, if you see an offer, a discount coupon that you think, fuck, that is super cheap, I can't believe it, strike while the iron is hot. That opportunity, it's gone now. I've tried to give you some more discount coupon ideas, which would give me coupons. Like if you use the link in that video I gave you the other day, just look, I don't know, you're just looking at YouTube with lots of different random people with different videos, aren't you? If you were on my channel, you'd clearly see the most recent video going back in time to my first video 14 years ago. About I don't know how many videos it's going to take me to edit this into you, but like just say in the last 20 videos, there is one that's only like 30 seconds long, and that tells you a link where you can click it and you'll get two $30 coupons when you buy from Lord Hair. Unfortunately, I don't know if that requires you to be a new customer to Lord Hair, but if you are a new customer, then you've got my StickOnHair coupon as well, which is 20% off, and you might be able to get the coupon codes and the 20% off in one go. You missed out on the $130 deal. That was insanely cheap. You're not getting that again. It'll probably never happen again. I think because I told everyone, they locked it down. I should have been a bit more subtle and just said it in one of these type of videos instead of making it big title. It said $130 hair pieces, and then people might have found that video and looked it up. So sorry about that. But for those of you who benefited, yay, we got cheap hair pieces. Yeah, just keep tuned in to prices. You need to know when it's motherfucking cheap so that you can get it now, right? Like my Pixel 8 Pro is currently retailing for $2,000 at the shops, brand new. Mine's 1 month old. I played with it for 1 week. I got 3 brand new slimline cases for it. If you are the sort of person who can tolerate Android, I'm only selling it for $1,200, right? And still nobody wants it. That's an $800 saving day one. The warranty's still valid for as the same, like minus a month or whatever it's been since I bought it. So only a fucking idiot would refuse that sort of thing. It's under warranty. If anything's wrong with it, you can just take it in for repairs or get it replaced or whatever. It's under full warranty. 1 month old. I drove it out of the car. It's like you buy a brand new Ferrari for $1 million. You drive it out and now it's worth $300,000, right? You just lost $700,000, and yet the guy's got so much money or whatever else, or he can't be fucked. He's just going, yeah, just take $700,000 off. Now, for somebody who's just about to buy a brand new Ferrari, and they've only got $1 million in the bank, and this is all their money, and this guy says you can have it for $300,000. Why wouldn't you investigate that opportunity? Too good to be true? Yeah, but it's real. So look around. Yeah, nothing else to say at the moment. I have my auntie's funeral today. I'm going to see relatives I haven't seen in 40 years and all the way in between. It's a big day. Some family members weren't allowed to come because they've been estranged. I'm kind of one of them with my father, but he's coming too. Yeah, big deal. That's why my hair has to look just right. Yeah. My mum will be over soon. We'll walk down. It's been 5 days since I've had a shower. Yeah, I stink. And the back of my head around here, where there's no hairpiece, is itchy. Like this slithering creature is coming back out to eat my head. This hairpiece has been on now for 11 days. And I've just been in bed, basically. Pretty much most of the days. I've been out for my auntie's wake, and but not much else. The rest of the time it's just been screens. and just lying in my nest, doing nothing. Well, editing this stuff and just watching Out of Range TV series. But really doing nothing, just getting fat and losing my eyesight and getting old. But it has been interesting to observe how well this tape has held this hairpiece on. These are the mini strips from Ultra Hold, and really, even though I haven't really been picking at it, usually they'd be lifting with my usual Ultra Hold by now. This is going to get confusing now because Ultra Hold and Ultra Hold are the same word, so I have to make sure I tell you the tape called Ultra Hold works a million times more strongly than Ultra Hold liquid, which I've been pushing for years. I've been complaining about it, but I've been pushing it mostly because when it lifted I could stick it back down because it has no hold. But I would have thought that, I have tested tape and water-based glues many times in the past, and they've always failed me. I'm very, very happy and amazed that these little tape tabs are actually sticking to my head. The regrowth must be quite extreme underneath, which is probably a good thing because I have decided to shrink this hairpiece. I'm still wearing hairpiece number 5 of this series because I just had to get away from the bathroom. I haven't looked in the mirror for 5 days since I had a shower. I haven't brushed my teeth, nothing. Feel like shit, but I just had to sleep because I was awake for 2 or 3 days just then. Then I just had a bit of a recovery sleep. It's now 5:30 in the morning. Yeah, so this is day 11 for this particular hairpiece. Last I looked, I'm going to examine it with you now, so it's fresh. But last I looked, I thought I could see straight lines of almost white where it pressed up against my natural hair. Okay, so this is a stall from the pillow. That's how normal hair behaves. That's how hairpiece hair behaves. The one thing I'm very afraid of with this hairpiece and all the hairpieces in this series, the V-loops shed. The crown problem. I haven't had a chance to look at that. I don't know if this is all shed out here or if it's just pressed up. Like if I try to run my fingers through that hair, there's nothing. And I'm hoping that's because it's pressed down, not because it's fallen out. Because I have not been picking at anything. Maybe I've just been doing this on the flap on the side. Because as you know, this part here and this part here are wider than my shave zone. And I wasn't ready to shave my zone lower to accommodate the full size system. Because don't forget, I didn't cut this out as a stencil. It's the full system that I'm wearing on my head straight out of the box. Without them cutting it for me, without me cutting it for me, I just shaved my head to accommodate the system size. My current thoughts on that size are hairline to 10 inches rather than hairline to the area where the crown sort of ends. Probably solves a problem, and that is because the crown goes haywire out there, up here at this point of the crown, to end there would mean that anyone looking at the back of my head would see the perimeter where the glue meets, right? Because look, I've been lying on the pillow, I haven't touched it, haven't brushed it, haven't done anything, haven't had a shower, and this is what's naturally happened. Straight up here where the crown ends, which is where my bald area naturally ends, that's what the hair's decided to do here, right? And that happened as well when the hairpiece was that size. So whether the hairpiece is that size, whether it's longer down to here, which is where it currently ends, it still wants to change direction where my head hits the pillow and flattens out, right? And I don't want people looking in at the gap, at the join where the perimeter is. So the best way to overcome that problem is to keep the hairpiece going a couple of extra inches down to here. So I would probably keep the hairpiece and the shave zone at 10 inches length, which is good because that means we get to keep my little smiley face tattoo. In terms of width, I want to make this hairpiece as small as possible because sometimes I feel like I want my head back and I can't have my head back while this is smothering me all the way across. So I might take your advice from your comments where you said, I haven't read through any of the rest of the comments, just whatever I read was just like something that popped up on my screen and I looked at it briefly. It said, you've gone up to way too high. Sorry, you've gone down way too low with the shave zone. I should have stopped it up about there, not here, right? I'm not going to take my hairpiece off right now because it feels so solid. I'll wait until the glue starts to deteriorate because right now it's doing pretty well, even though it doesn't look good. Oh, that's also because there's a big hair stuck under here or something. I'll have to look at that properly. What is that? What is that? Okay, maybe it isn't sticking out properly. Okay, that's a shadow or something, isn't it? Yeah, okay, so it can lift. It is lifting. It's not rock solid. And it does push back down a little bit. But it's stronger than ultra hold glue, like adhesive, liquid adhesive. Anyway, if I were to, okay, so this is what my hairpiece is currently doing. It goes along, which I agree with, that's the front hairline, that's correct. And then I need to look in the mirror, okay? So, it is dirty along here. I don't think that's exposed base. I just think that the tape, when I placed it, would have had a little gap where the front of the hairpiece just flops over there like that. And so that creates a little shadow. If the tape was all the way to the edge, you can't because the curvature of the tape can't be made exact. Whereas with liquid, I could have done that. But given how good that this tape is, it has been winter though. It's mid-August, it's the 16th of August now. I would be willing potentially to try other adhesive glues other than Ultra Hold. It's a new hair system, like it's a whole new transformation compared to the front partial I've been wearing for years. So now would be a good time to experiment with other glues. I think I threw away all my like Ghost Bond and all that sort of stuff, I think. Last time I tried it, there was no hold whatsoever. And it was really hard to remove from the hairpiece. One thing about tape is I think it's going to be very easy to clean the hairpiece at the end. I'm probably just going to go and buy some lace hairpieces because the V-loops are just not holding. In some hairpieces they might hold better than others, but do I want to keep taking that risk? I'm sitting there worried more about shedding. I haven't had a shower in 5 days, so you expect something, but the shower's probably going to enhance the weight and the pull and the force of the water. I'm not going to do it hard, but you know, it's going to probably heat up the gap where the V is held in by that little pocket of glue with maybe some air gap in there, and maybe down through the top water gets into that connecting layer and bloats it out, and then the hair just falls out more freely. I don't know how that works, but if it was knotted in, if it was tied in, it will probably stay longer. The very, very messy thing about lace is one of the things that always makes me think, thank God I'm not using lace. first of all, lining it up at the front perimeter or the side perimeter or anything else. Especially the front. I totally think that can be solved using the tan line method, and that involves putting a shadow over the forehead and then spraying with fake tan, in my case, which would involve changing the colour of my skin. But as you saw, you can do it and leave it on for an hour, and then after one shower, it's gone, right? So if you wanted to do it that temporarily, but I do like the look of having an orange Trump-esque face. There's the In-Betweeners, I think, the British comedy. One of the kids is a bit of a div kid, as they say in England, and he sprays his whole head orange, but not the rest of his body. And I've been in that situation a few times because, you just want that. Anyway. Because you know what? People who've got tanned faces, they can be really tired and you can't really tell because their features are all blended. Whereas with pale skin people, the bags under their eyes are really apparent. So tanned people just look healthy at all times. Healthier doesn't mean they can't look sick. Now, these greys have come back. It looks wow, I don't know how, that looks fully grey now from this mirror, or maybe it's the brightness of the camera or the exposure. I'll just try to dim this down a bit. Yeah, no matter what the lighting is, that's so grey. That's so grey. Wow. It's almost like the hair's missing. Now, I was contemplating lifting all of this up so that the hairline, which currently goes sort of down, would continue up there, which would mean cutting out that much of a chunk. That seems legit, doesn't it? At the moment, if it was ultra hold, I'd just peel it, but because of the massive amount of overhang here, I'm really stuck down to a lot of hairs all along here. This brings me to another question about where the edge point is of the perimeter. Do you, like, imagine your hairs are all coming down. Okay. For the front partial, when I shaved my shave zone, the hairs were all just like a neat circle, my bio hairs. Here's my forehead. Forehead is leaf shape, and the perimeter is just flat wall. I go right up against it. Now we've got no connection problems. There's no need for any overhang or any gap. And I've often spoken to you about the differences between the way lace connects up with natural hairs and the way poly connects up with natural hairs. Lace will look more natural when perimeters meet. The perimeter of your bio hair and the perimeter of your hairpiece. So lace would look more realistic there. The problem with lace in terms of visuals, so once you've gotten rid of all the bleached, once you've bleached all the roots properly, and there's no problem with unbleached knots, the problem becomes the glue shining through. I don't know how well tape can work with lace because the netting would sit on top and not sink in. But it would sure make cleanup a lot easier. But if it doesn't look real, I don't want to do it, right? It has to look real. This is all about beauty, right? We're not fucking around here. So either way, if my front hairline had a perimeter like this, right? there was none of this going on all the way around the front edges back at the top. But around the sides and back, it's all like that. All my hairs are naturally growing down. They're all facing downwards, right? All the way along the edge, down, 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 down. So there's this gap here, this area. Do you take the hairpiece over and flop it over that edge bit, or do you start the hairpiece there? This area will be sparse. That will be sparse, and that will be a bit sparse. There'll be no... So this density's apparent. That density up here gives you full coverage. Here, less coverage, right? Now the hairs will be long enough to hang over, but when you lie on a pillow or whatever, wind, brush your fingers through your hair, that gap, that sparseness all the way around the edge in some weird perimeter line will be apparent. The reason I asked this question, not just this reason, but here's one of them, is because I hate the feeling of having overhanging flaps all around the side of my head. Now, to be sure, back here, it's less. Back here, it's less noticeable, sensationally, for my fingertips to feel it. So maybe there's a threshold after which my fingertips get annoyed by this. You know, before I have a shower, I think I should really have a bit of a play with what's going on back here, just so you can see if there's damage done. There shouldn't be. If there is any damage, you can see what's going on here. It's just matted or like whatever. I should try to brush that out. But I forgot, the whole reason I'm making this video is because I feel like the perimeter is clearly visible. And also the regrowth underneath should be visible through the poly skin now. We saw how when poly is pressed against actual hair, when poly is pressed against skin, it's this colour. It's got some stubble there, right? So you're starting to see it. But against hair, it's this colour. Look. This is probably a bit whiter and thicker than actual poly, but you can see what's going on through it. Anyway, my question was whether or not the tape is the problem and whether or not I need liquid adhesive. Because I do really like the hold of this tape stuff. I bought some more and I've got some new packages arrived, but I'm reluctant to open them because they are ingredients for a whole new series I'm making. I say I'm going to make it, I don't know if I will. I'll tell you what it is, okay? I got scales to weigh how fat I am and tell me my body mass index, BMI. I don't know what that is, fat content per kilogram of muscle, I don't know. Also, I got a tape measure that will measure each part of my body. It's got a recoil and it will show you my biceps and my tits and my fat ass and all these other things. And then what I was going to do is change my life. Okay? Yeah. I was going to go to the gym every single day and just film. Just with maybe a time lapse on the treadmill. But the thing, I can't film that long because there'll be other people coming and going and they don't want to be filmed. So me having a camera sitting there watching me on the treadmill. Plus, I fucking hate going to the gym because like this fucking music just doesn't shut up. And they've often got the speakers right in front of your face, tinny as fuck. Just going, oh, it's like, Jesus Christ, let me get the... It's like It's like being in a sauna, but with noise. It's like, just, can somebody turn that shit off? For fuck's sake. Who likes that? Who likes it, seriously? There might be one moment every 3 or 4 years that I want to hear that shit. I worked at rave parties and stuff though, so it's not like I'm not used to that sort of music, but I would choose to go into an environment like that. Like a gym, I just want to work on, you know, slowly having a stroll, right? To gradually burn some shit off. I jogged on the spot in this very bathroom and I ripped a ligament just from jogging on the spot. Because it was just tore, because I'm so tight and... Oh yeah. Fuck. The recession begins here, right? I think maybe once upon a time when I was a little kid, it would have continued straight over like that and filled in that gap. But that's not typical for an adult. The problem is if I come in back up here, how much recoil is there going to be? And is it going to look fucking weird to have a chunk stick bitten out? I don't really want to lift up. I want to show you. I want to lift that up and just test it. But I'm happy with the hold there is right now and I don't want to wreck it. You saw there's a bit of lifting. I am sweating now. But seriously, it's not a strong hold anymore, obviously, as I do this. Yeah, 11 days I've had this hairpiece on. It's been winter the whole time, so best possible circumstances. As you know, I sweat more than most people. In terms of dyeing greys, I don't think I left the dye in long enough last time. And also, this colour, mocha, dark brown mocha, or mocha, was good enough. And I coloured it all the way back there, around. And I feel like the colour match from, well, the camera, from what I'm seeing on this screen with not extremely high resolution, but also the mirror. I'm just going to make sure this lighting is white, because if it's not white, you're not going to get proper colour reproduction. I would probably look more tanned and better like this if I filmed myself in yellowish light, but I'm going for realism here so you can see what the hell's going on. I really am so glad that I got this Niwa light back. I went and bought it again. You might have noticed also that I put a little mirror in behind the camera for times when I'm not filming, so that I've got a two-way mirror when I haven't set up this 8-power mirror setup, because obviously to do this I've got to put my iPad in position and my phone. And sometimes I'm using my iPad in the other room. I've got to go and put it in the holder and I just want to check my hair quickly. So the mirror's there for those sort of like times when I'm not, you know, fussy. I just want a quick look, because I can just bring it in and look at myself in my own reflection quickly on the side of my head or something. Yeah, okay, let's see why this is flattened out back here. Has that been shedded or not? Yeah, I don't think there's been any shedding. I think it's just the way the hairpiece lands. I'll show you what my hair piece looks like with the tape shining through when my hair is wet, so we could see potentially if the regrowth underneath my hairpiece is causing visibility issues. Well, you should be able to see it now anyway. So the hairpiece ends there, and the regrowth of my stubble should be fairly long after 11 days. Because I did clean shave it. The reason I know it's 11 days is because I had to go back and cross-reference it with the videos I'm about to edit. I just did another data dump. 48 hours was the first 16 videos so far of footage. And yeah, I'm glad over the last 5 days I haven't filmed at all. The less for me to have to deal with, the better. But priority number one right now has got to be have a fucking shower and kill this shit. And it'll be interesting as well to take this hairpiece off after all this, see where there are allergic reactions and see what's going on with that fungus up in here, because it's not like I'm covering over all of it. I've got tape in places and then massive gaps where this can be pulled out like a tent to the extent that the tape is separated. So I'm glad to see that I think this is not all just shed it out, although just touching it right now I've got a few hairs. I'm going to have a shower, see how much hair I lose just from the shower. Because if I'd had a shower every single day over the past 11 days, which is normal, you should do that, I don't know how much hair I'd have left on this thing. And that fear alone is justification for me to find a different way to get the hair stitched in to the hairpiece. There has been, initially there was quite a lot of itching right around the border where the tape touched my scalp. I might be allergic to this tape. I'm not sure yet. But right now I would say this tape is sticking to some pretty thick 11-day long hair stubble underneath. And I don't know what's going to happen if I shorten this whole thing and make it like a long, narrow hairpiece instead of an 8x10 inch hairpiece. But I would love to have more breathability. So long as the brushing of it and everything works well. Another concern for me is I wear glasses, so putting them up gets them stuck up in underneath, right? When I go to put them on. Not only wear glasses, I wear virtual reality headsets and all sorts of things. I had a CPAP machine at one point. Anyway. Just had a shower. That protrusion there is natural bio hair. You can see the ledge, can't you? It's a bit obvious. Is that a hair length difference? Maybe. It's either a density difference, hair length difference, or gap. Okay, so Lights. My glasses are fogging up. Yeah, so this obvious straight line through here is a problem. Look at that. Look at that. Tell me that's not obvious. What causes that line? Is that because there's a bit of an overhang onto my hairs? Does it go away back here where there's less of an overhang? No, it's all the way around. So you should never go swimming in this arrangement, whatever I've got going on here, because everyone will go, what the fuck's that straight line? Looks like he's wearing a hairpiece. Let's see if there's a whiteness or whatever at the front. Okay, there is overhang there. That's excusable then, in that case. And at the front, that dye didn't last very long, did it? Still orange and grey. That looks like a sore in there. That scabby stuff that I got rid of off my head. And it kind of hurts a bit, so it is that. So I know that shaving it off would solve it. It's very hard to steer this thing. Okay, so just pulled out a few hairs just from running my fingers through my hair. Being gentle. I am being gentle. This hairpiece is going to shed just like the rest. It's only because I've been lying there for 11 days without touching it that it hasn't happened. So my plan of getting bleached roots in a poly system can't work while the hairs are this loose if we're using V-loops. I don't know that you can do anything other than V-loops in poly. I'm sure you could tie them in on one level and then glue them down on the back, I don't know. But then that would squeeze a flat material and it would bunch, so I don't know how that would work. Lace on top of poly makes the lace look obvious. the whole reason lace can work is because it's embedded into the glue, and the glue shines, and the glue sticks through the hairs and sticks the hairs together, and then it melts into everything. Tape, if it was a thick enough tape, like if it had an adhesive layer on the tape that was thick enough, potentially the lace could be pressed into it in such a way that the squares all the way across your whole head would be camouflaged. I'm so proud of myself for making that sentence work. But generally speaking, yeah, V-loops are going to shed. And so the little point at the V, which would be the root at the time of the bleaching, would just slide out and be halfway along. It'll look like a graphic equalizer all around your head. I'm very proud of that sentence too. Given how much you see I stutter and try to figure out what the fuck I'm talking about, I often get the words poly and lace mixed up, and often, because it's just, I've now spoken about hairpieces for thousands of hours. How much is there to say, really? I don't know. Not as much as this. I've said more than needs to be said about it. The thing is, I'm not just giving you solutions, I'm figuring their solutions out myself, and I'm making you watch. It's not like I've invented the hairpiece. You should be watching those people make them. But those people don't seem to give advice about how to put them on accurately. Certainly not with any troubleshooting advice. I show you what can go wrong and how to make allowances for that and work around it and so on. Poly, because the V-loops cannot. It is a 1 month durability. That's why they say it lasts 1 month, then throw it away. The only way you could make it last more than a month, my front hairpieces used to last way longer if I wanted them to. It's just that I was ripping away at them and picking at them all the time, back here especially where the weird bump was for the front partial. For some reason, the rest of your head gets put in contact with other things in the world, like headrests and pillows and stuff. So you're constantly tugging on them, even in your sleep, pulling the hairs out. Then you have the shower and the whole head gets, softened, or maybe there's a little hole where the top layer of poly goes through into the bottom layer of seal glue, and then that bloats out and hairs just float out. I don't know. It's not a strong hold. It's only being clamped in, squeezed by a sliver of polyurethane and a very thin layer of sealing glue. SCAL, sealing. It probably could be done in a way that makes them stay in tighter. But they haven't figured that out yet. There's no anchor at all. It's just the bending of the hair that's stopping it from falling. If it was an obtuse angle rather than a acute angle, they just pull straight out all the way, all the time. Like imagine if your hairs were sewn in like that everywhere. It'd be a bloody mess. And imagine if they just wanted to unfurl all the time. It's better that they're able to be bent. I don't even know how easy it is to bend a hair clean in half. I guess it is easy for those people. I mean, they must have really good eyesight and dexterity to handle tiny little hairs all the time. I take a tuft of hair like the ones that just fell out of my head, right? Which ladies or gentlemen who were working at Lord Hair, sewing these into this hairpiece, initially threaded through. They held these in their hand and they made them into a V shape. I'm not seeing any V's in this right now though, if I look closely. So I don't know where the V's went to. Maybe the hairs don't stay sharply bent as a V. Maybe they do want a sprawling open. And that's half the reason V-loops don't work. I don't know. At any rate, they're not tied in, they're just held in by a thin bit of glue. There's no real anchor. if you want a real length, you've got to tie them in, and lace does that. The problem with lace, glue shine for a start, that is through the bald only zones, and if you've got complete regrowth like I do all the way through here, where I'm not balding, but I shaved it off anyway, to accommodate the fit and the brushability of this whole unit. In that situation, I'm trying to remember the start of the sentence, my mind wandered off to changing the shape of my hairpiece. I don't remember what I was talking about. Yeah, lace visibility through the lace, right? Now, this, again, skin, right, will look the same, whether it's got glue underneath it or tape or just skin on its own, right? You can't see what's going on under there unless your hair starts to regrow underneath it, then it'll turn, well, in my case, dark brown underneath, right? In the case of lace, there's no shielding at all. So it would be like, see everything that's going on, glue, hair, whatever. The moment the hair's part at all. And it's not like I'm going to take the hairpiece off and shave it clean again every day. So lace offers no shielding protection for that visibility. For that visibility. Visibility. D, not T. Alright, that's enough. I've ordered 4 more. They're waiting at the news agency because for some reason they didn't want to deliver to my house because they probably need an autograph or something. So I've got to go pick it up. It's 7:15. That should be open soon. But I ordered 4 more of these. And just after I paid, I thought, oh shit, I should have got maybe a brush back one where it's, you know, by default brush back. Because then I thought maybe if they have a brush back one, why wouldn't they just continue the brush back stitching all the way to the back? And so after a lot of waiting and asking questions, apparently they did sew a crown into it as well, even into the brush back one. Unfortunately, I don't know how they would have decided that makes sense. All the hairs are going to go in that direction except the crown, which is going to spring back against itself at one point. I don't understand their logic. I don't think they have it. I think they just have systems and logic. Yeah. I think there's a guy who maybe once started the company and he's just gone walkabout and he counts his cash now. And he's left divisions of people in charge of each section, and they're not allowed to change the other person's division, even though it would make total sense to do so. That's what happens with companies. The person who went to all the starting effort, set it up, gets a fucking migraine from the whole shit, appoints managers for each division, and fucks off to the Bahamas. Doesn't want to know. So things will never get fixed, and there are rules in place to stop them from ever getting fixed. That's the problem. So it's customers like me who are asking for special orders where you just bleach the roots, which isn't hard. It's fucking easy. But they've already got systems in place doing dink, dink. I'm asking them to stop the dink between the dink and the and go dink, figure shit out, do new things, put a little bleach on there. I do it all the time at my place, and then go but they can't. It's already, everything's going so they're not going to fucking do it. I mean, if they do it, I'll be very happy, but it wouldn't matter anymore because the V-lips are going to slide out all over the place because the glue that holds them in position is not strong enough to do its job, or it's not clamped down hard enough or something. So unfortunately I'm going to have to consider lace. These 4 hair pieces that I just paid $1,000 for because there's no discounts anymore. They're tiny discounts, but not enough. Look out, when you see massive bargains like 20% off and stuff like that, just go and buy as many as you can. Yeah, that video I made that made them $130 each. That made it conceivable to me that this could be survivable. Getting $130 hairpieces, 130 American. It's about 200 Australian, I think. Yeah, probably $200 per hairpiece for me, Australian. But when I bought them, they were like they'd gone up to $269 and we got some sort of 10% discount or something. It was terrible. So like, you know, I paid at least $250 per hairpiece, I think. So that's $1,000. So it's like 1,500 Australian for 4 hairpieces, rather than 800. So you see what I'm saying? Markdowns and sales are so important for you, given the amount of money you're going to have to spend. Especially if you're buying disposable hairpieces like this one. 1 month use only. Yeah, after a month it'd start getting quite ratty. But with the lace ones, potentially it's all about your scalp maintenance. Make sure that shit is shaved down so that people can't see that you've got regrowth happening through the hairs. And hopefully the density of your hair will be thick enough to cover over the regrowth and the shine of the glue that's melting out through the gaps. And Athena, please bless me with the idea that tape and lace can go together. I hope that lace and tape can go together. Is this finished? Is this the end of this series? Have I got my first full topper yet? Yeah, but I haven't cut it to scale and I haven't made a stencil for the finished stencil size that I want. I want to wrap this up, okay, and just move on to other things like the weight loss stuff, right? But I haven't currently got a hairpiece on that fits my shave zone, and this is not the shave zone I want anymore either. If I moved it up and across so that the hairpiece started there, will this join be too far back and give me some stupid amount of recession at the front here? Or not? Will it be completely brushable, having the big sides of natural hair up all the way up to, say, there, and with these little hairs coming down over the top of something? Will it be as easy as cutting all my hair, all over my head at one length only and just not have to worry about it anymore? Or will I have to do a sort of make myself into some weird mushroom freak like you guys? God, it looks shit when you take your hairpiece off, doesn't it? Mr. Garrison's one thing, but a hair wearer with a fucking weird amount of missing hair that's so unnatural and weird looking, cut to different lengths to accommodate the fucking badger that lives on their skull. Oh God, you guys are the worst. You guys look so, you're fucking weird, man. Like you look like fucking freaks. You scare me. You are the stuff of nightmares. I gotta say, fucking hell, Jesus. These things are dirty from just air. Also, every time I clean them, they get dirtier. Every time I put them on my face, they fog up. You know you can get anti-fog. I'm sure I can. Thank you. Sit back down. All right, I'm gonna sorry, you can stand back up again now with your red face and your pointing, shaky finger. All right, yeah, the hairpiece looks good right now. Okay, it looks all right. I'm not looking at it properly. I haven't been worried about it. It's just been on my head. Weight loss is the next thing I'm going to do. This hairpiece is not the size I want to keep doing forever. What I can do, instead of chopping this one to pieces when I take it off, although this one probably will be the one that's chopped up because after a month there'll be enough shedding to justify removing it from my fucking head. And then I can sacrifice this one and cut it to a new, narrower 10 inch long by 6 inch wide. Does that sound about right to you guys? 6 by 10. The other thing at that point I'll want to know is which is the front, which is the back. if I keep it with the acorn contour here, like from the factory, hopefully the whole thing will be round at the back and then pointy as the angles of curvature change abruptly at this point and become like an arrowhead. And then I'll know this is the front and this is the back. It's easy when it's all flat, but you've got it folded and it's got curvature and stuff. So it's not that easy to tell at a glance. And I'm not going to be bleaching the hairs back here because otherwise there'll be a blonde bit all back here. I'm happy to do it here. I'm not happy to do it, I just have to do it because there's no root bleaching at all and it'll look like shit. In the case of lace, if I get lace, I will put bleach over all of it, the whole thing, which would make it look like hairs are growing out of my head in places where I'm bald, and make it look like I've got hairs growing out of my hair where I'm not bald. But like I say, I'm planning on keeping the main good hair to grow instead of shaving it off all the time and trying to put a hairpiece over it for the sake of hairstyling. Though if the hairstyling becomes so weird that I end up with some weird mohawk and the rest of my hair just becomes all buffy and fucking weird, I might have to go back to this, but given the exhaustion of it all, I might not go back to it. So I really kind of need to make my decision now, but I'm not going to. I'm on a mission to get vapes because it's my last one. I mean, these are all disposable, bad for the environment, but there's no comparison between these and the refillable ones. They're so shit and they put out so much smoke. These ones put out a fair amount of smoke too. The little ones are the best, but they don't give you a big enough hit. So I just had breakfast because I got here too early. Still only 8:40. I assume all the vape shops are probably going to open about 9, tobacconists. Oh good, there's one open now. That means I can, this street is filled with them. So, anyway, I just contacted Lord Hair and said I want to get a French lace because I just ordered 4 0.03mm poly ones, and I'm sick of the shedding. It's too much shedding. Plus I've got to show you experimental stuff, not just experimental stuff. I need to figure out for myself how to deal with hairpieces, figure out the ones that are good that I want to buy constantly. Lace is a bit of a headache, obviously, but it will help me overcome certain problems. I didn't put any product in my hair today, just that spray and conditioner to make my hair smell nice and soft. Not smell soft, smell nice and be soft. I also imagine that because lace is knotted, the crown would just be knotted like the rest of the hairpiece all over, maybe. But I just looked at the prices and geez, hairpieces have gone up so much. I've chosen the worst time to get a full hairpiece instead of a front partial. The prices are crazy. Yeah. When I found that it was $130 a hairpiece on that previous video with all the discounts, it's not that much anymore. It's much more now. At least double. So, yeah. Money, money, money. And it looks like lace is, 50% more again than poly. Because I guess the workload of manufacturing poly, because you're just V-looping, it's quicker than doing the knot for every one. I don't know that there are any more costs involved in making a full French lace hairpiece than a 0.03. The other thing I'm considering is potentially in terms of anti-shedding, minimizing shedding, the glue on the base, or maybe even the poly itself. Maybe it's not the glue, maybe it's more about the poly thickness to start with, or however it clamps. A thicker base, 0.06, 0.08 millimeter, might be worth investigating to compare shedding problems. Sounds like a homeless man singing to himself. Anyway, gotta get vapes and get back and then do some more editing. And I haven't left the house for 5 days, haven't had a shower until today, so I feel like I'm injured all over. Moving my body at all, standing up and sitting down out of a chair even, or turning around to see what's behind me, is like, whoa, these muscles in my back have stiffened so much. You gotta keep moving, otherwise you get all stiff and achy and painful and things snap. All right, I'm gonna go. Just at the service station. The hair's sitting pretty well, except for up here at the crown. And like I said, I haven't put any hair product in it, just that leave-in conditioner, which doesn't do anything for hold. And I can feel the lump on the back. The hair would run smooth all the way down, except for this crown lump here. Having it unproduct, no stuff in it, having it clean, allows it to sit more flatly, I suppose, than it otherwise would if I had product all through it. I am sweating a bit right now. Just trying to contemplate a little bit, even though my eyesight only starts here. That looks weird, doesn't it, to have glasses that high on your head? You know, centered on the eyebrow. If I did make the hairpiece up that high, would it still sit and flow? Depends on how I've done the sides. Given that they're all going to turn grey though, there's something to consider. I don't know that I can dye my hair as frequently. Realistically, I could dye my hair once a month. It's part of the pain in the ass of, I guess, changing hairpieces or cleaning your hairpiece, I guess. Yeah, I guess nobody wears a hairpiece for more than 1 month. Otherwise, it's probably not even hygienic to do that. Right now, I'm pretty sweaty around my neck and here and everything. I suppose that underneath this, it would be sweating all in there and yet getting captured. Could lead to a fungal infection. Again, I don't know. If it was smothered in glue all the way across, maybe not. Now, how much of my head am I willing to smother in glue every single day for the rest of my life? I think this much. Mohawk much. 10 inches. If I can buy a hairpiece that doesn't have a stupid crown problem, I could just stop where my bald spot ends, which is 8 inches, without needing that extra 2 inches. I think hairpieces that are smaller are cheaper as well, and they've just fucking massively gone up in price. So, yeah, while the crown problem exists, I can't really afford to not have that protection of the extra 2 inches, because if the crown's gonna pop up like that and be all fucking comb me like a rooster, I need there to be more hairpiece underneath it rather than a join with glue or tape, or, you know, a gap or overhang or whatever else unsightly nonsense needs to happen. Like, I don't want to walk around like this as if my back of my head's naked whenever I rest my head against a headrest in a car or get out of bed because I've been sleeping on the pillow. It's got to be a sensible shape and size. Yeah, if I look up crown problem or hairpiece crown on Google or YouTube, will there be somebody else apart from me talking about it? Let me just quickly check. I mean, hairpiece crowns exist, and therefore there must be some mention of them, but is there mention of there being a problem with them? I haven't read any of your comments in response to any of my videos yet. I'll do that at the end of everything. Hairpiece crown, I'm just looking it up. Hairpiece crown. Top of crown area hairpieces. How long does a hairpiece stay on? Can you shower with a hairpiece? How to regrow hair on the crown. Crown hairpieces, clip-in toppers, Hairpieces Australia. Top crown, real topper, middle side part, shop crown toppers. Crown hairpiece. Well, given that there is a product called a crown hairpiece, it's going to be, you know, further down, not on page 1 of Google results, which is fair enough in that situation. But I would like to think that if I did keep, you know, going to page 2 and 3 and everything else, that somebody, yeah, there's definitely no result for problems with hairpiece crowns on page 1 of Google results. And I'm not going to go through the rest of the results. I don't know how many people have mentioned it. If you're creating a vlog about putting on a hairpiece, the main reason for your existence has got to be problem solving with hairpieces. Otherwise, what's the point? Mine is all about me telling you about my personal life, but I also mention hairpieces in my videos. You can't deny that, right? It's included. And yeah, troubleshooting is the main thing I think I do. I show dissatisfaction, then, by complaining, then I try to figure out a solution, whether or not I can buy a solution or I have to do it myself. But I don't think anyone's mentioned the crown problem before. If they have, I have never seen it. But then again, I've only really started looking at hairpiece, full topper hairpiece videos, which I think a lot of people have, full toppers. If you only have front partial requirements, I've made 400 videos especially for you. All right? From now on, it's probably all going to be full topper stuff. And it will involve solving the crown problem. Not that I can solve it after buying the hairpiece. It has to be made well enough at the factory with proper consideration from the factory workers and the managers at the factory, so that it's not a problem out of the box. Because the crown problem is not something that can be solved after the hairpiece has been made. It has to be solved at the time of making the hairpiece. In fact, a lot of the problems need to be solved at that time. In terms of lace hairpieces, I feel like there are probably going to be less problems. The only real problem from the factory that I would ever say I have noticed with lace was unbleached roots, unbleached knots, okay? And I feel like I can probably achieve that, whether it takes 1 or 2 hours to bleach it all until they go away, which will weaken the roots of the hair, but not weaken them to the point that it's like a V-loop which pulls out and sheds all over the place. I would rather weaken the roots of the hair, not to the point that it's all snapping off like crazy. Because as you can imagine, peroxide is going to be a burny type chemical that will degrade the strength of the hair, which could be good to make it more brushable. Like I told you when I dyed my sideburns and everything, which is beard hair, sideburns are, right? Beard hair is not soft like head hair. Beard hair is rough, and especially when it's stubble. I told you, and I believe myself, that when I dyed all of this, it softened all the hairs. Now that this is grown back, it's starting to get sharper a little bit. But I can still detect it's softer than it was before. So, yeah, hair dye has 2 good properties. And I'm not sure if it's because I'm using that mixture of the 2. I think it's called a developer. And the color itself. Maybe one of them sort of acting as a peroxide to strip out the original color, and the other one's creating the color that goes over the top. Maybe that's what's happening, and the stripping of the color, maybe from the developer, maybe, I don't know, is the thing that's softening it, which could act as a sort of peroxide type thing. Maybe peroxide itself. There are chemical straighteners you can put in hair that doesn't change the color of the hair, but I think it probably would lighten it in every case, maybe. maybe, I don't know. Like if you have afro hair, which is probably the curliest hair, it is the curliest hair, you could put hair chemicals into it to probably make it completely straight. Because black hair is so thick, like red hair, I've got auburn hair, I've got orange hair here. I don't know, either black or red is the thickest hair strand that humans have. If you got blonde, I think that's the thinnest. If you place blonde on one end, if you look at the width of a blonde hair going all the way up to black, and then maybe even red might be thicker than. Let me ask Google. Alexa, which color hair is the thickest?
According to an Alexa Answers contributor, one thing to note about hair density is that it can actually be categorized by hair color. Blondes tend to have the densest hair with around 27 to 30% more hairs per inch than would be found in brown or black shades.
Not even what I asked. One of the people who answered Alexa questions, or whatever that's called, said that blonde has the most density. Well, density can only come from being able to push more hairs into a square inch or square centimetre. So I would assume from that they're thinner. But I'm just going to type it like a Neanderthal because I can't ask my PC because Cortana's useless. All right. Thickest to thinnest hair color. Answer me. Where did I type that? Thickest to thinnest. Maybe I just typed onto nothing because I didn't click on the right spot. Thickest to thinnest. I know this is probably, dead air. Fuck you, I don't care. Thickest to thinnest hair color. And this is the other keyboard that doesn't have the O or P working. C-O-O-O. Young. All right, color is a suggestion, I'll click it because O doesn't work anymore. Which hair color looks the thickest? Which hair color is the thickest? Surely this is like a Wikipedia. Generally, the rule of thumb is the darker the hair, the thicker it is. This is from Moderna Hair Institute. Individuals with black and brown hair typically have thicker hair strands, but an overall lower density of hair. While blonde hair individuals usually have finer hair strands, but a higher density of those hairs. Let me just check. That was like I told you. Okay, now let's look up red hair. I'm talking about the reddest of hairs. I just want to see a graph. I'll tell you right now, the responses that Google give me these days are so shit. Is red... I'm just trying to think of how to word this word, that letter O. Is red hair thicker than brown? Let's just say brown. Brown hair. I should ask black straight off, shouldn't I? All right, black. Is red hair thicker than black? Carrot tops also have fewer strands of hair on their heads, just about 90,000 to 110,000 for blondes and 140,000 for dark-haired people. However, the individual strands are thicker, making their hair easier to style. Plus, redheads don't go grey. Redheads don't go grey. I just saw my granduncle. He always had red hair. He is absolutely... I don't know what they're fucking talking about. Anyway, the way they phrased that sentence immediately didn't make me trust them because of grammatical errors all over the place. Is red hair the thickest hair? Redheads actually have less hair than most other people on average. They only have 90,000 strands of white hair, while blondes, for example, have 140. However, red hair is typically thicker, so it still looks as full. No, I want actual scientific fucking information. What is wrong with the fucking internet? Look, I'm pretty clear. Is red hair thicker than black? Right? Is that difficult to understand that question? The responses I'm getting are diary of a redhead and shit like that. Is red hair... I need to see a spectrum. Hair width by color. I've got to put the American color. Fuck. Color is spelled CLR because I can't put Noah. Okay, if I tap out O hard, that sort of fixed it temporarily. American spelling. In general, lighter hair is thinner while darker hair is thicker. In Europeans, fair hair measures about 40 to 80 nanometers compared to dark brown hair, which has an average diameter of 50 to 90 nanometers. And they just ignored the rest of my question. No, nothing mentioned of red. Red doesn't get mentioned in the blonde to brown or blonde to black spectrum unless you specifically ask for it, I've found. Is there a relationship between hair color and width? Well, some people believe the lighter the hair color, the thinner the hair and less density coverage. This isn't exactly the case. Statistically, why would it matter what somebody believes? Just tell us the fucking facts. Statistically, we see that those with lighter hair color generally have thinner, finer hair, while those with darker hair typically have thicker hair strands. Is red hair the thickest hair? It's just going back to that USA Today, which they've taken off that website. Red. Fucking look it up yourself. I can't be bothered. This is bullshit. It's very hard to find things on Google these days. I just want to see a picture of a strand of hair. Could be an animated picture, I don't care. Just show me the color spectrum. I reckon it would go blonde, dark blonde, reddish, brown, black or something if you wanted to do color-wise, because red is before brown and black, isn't it? If you're thinking about color versus darker. And then you would go density, resort by density order, resort by width of hair order, whatever you want to do. That should exist, but I don't know if it does. If it does exist, they haven't put their fucking SEO stuff properly on their website, because I can't fucking find it. That's it. I'm sick now. I'm bored. I just looked at Quora.com, Quora.com, which is where you can ask questions and it gives you the community to answer. But they've installed ChatGPT assistant bots now. One of them is called Poe. I think that's just ChatGPT with skin. And I noticed that nobody could answer what comes after thrice. But Poe was able to do it 4 times. Quadris, 5 times. Quintus, 6 times. Sextus, septus, octus, novus, decis. Decus? That makes sense. Thank God somebody came up with it. Once, twice, twin. Once, though. That's not based on uni or anything like that. I don't know whether... Oh, yeah, I guess it could be. Well, it comes from the number 1, which is derived from uni. But if we're using Latin prefixes all the way through, we're not. Because once and twice don't follow that. And thrice shouldn't either. It should be trice. Anyway, they've gone away from that and stuck to the normal stuff. Quadris, quintus, sextus, septus, octus, novus, decis. Shit. M1? Stay on M1? I don't know. I'm gonna go this way. Over the past several hours, I've been driving from Victoria to South Australia. I left at 5 p.m. It's now 2 a.m. Well, back in Victoria it was. I've actually gone back in time. My car doesn't know that. But it's now actually 1:30, so I don't know. That means I've been travelling for, what is that? 5 till 12 is 7 plus 2 is 9 hours. Scheduled to arrive in about another hour in Adelaide. The fog has been pretty shit, like blocking my vision. I see about 1 vehicle every 10 minutes, and it's a truck every time. If it's coming from behind me, it will come up the back of me, stay there at, I don't know, 5-10 meters away behind me. There were rabbits all over the place. I've seen kangaroo corpses. I haven't had any bounce out in front of me yet. Oh, I just saw a deer. But the fog is horrendous. These trucks, these drugged up truck drivers, just barrel through at, I don't know, they want to stay on whatever the speed limit is, no matter what. It's 110 along here, through sort of the outback. I haven't had any bunnies jump out in front of me yet, which is good. I keep swapping between high beams and low beams based on whether the fog is blinding because it's too close. But on average over the past 2 hours, I think I've had about 60 meters visibility. There are breaks in the low clouds that I'm driving through, but the truck drivers don't give a shit. Yeah, so they'll come up my ass, they'll sit on my tail, and I can't do anything about it. I've got electric curtains that I can open and close from here, so I can sort of out of sight, out of mind a little bit. But these guys are fucking aggressive motherfuckers, okay? And they'll kill me without a lick of fuck. I've been driven off the road by truck drivers in the past, even if I was on a little hatchback that I borrowed from my stepmother years ago. Then I've had other people, not just truck drivers, other aggressive drivers who either regularly or just have a futuristic car that automatically steers at shit and fucking... Sorry, that doesn't really exist yet. I've heard Teslas can potentially do that, but that hasn't really been available until recent years. And it's certainly not legal for cars to drive themselves yet here in Australia. But, you know, if they've got cruise control, they'll just set it up and they'll just tailgate people. My father is one of them. He's a cunt. I've been in the car with him. Keep it moving, right? He'll drive at 130. I don't know if he's still got his license. He's lost it a couple of times. Sometimes from drink driving and whatever. Other times from just probably speeding, losing demerit points, going through, you know, automated things. There are quite a few. If you go between cities, usually as you approach the city, that's a big truck centre. Maybe sort of, I don't know, 100 k's from Adelaide right now. Yeah, he's an asshole tailgater, my dad. Every principle I hold dear, he doesn't give a shit about. Common decency, basically. Anything he does that proves that he's a reputable man is simply because he knows people are watching. He used to have good in him, but over the years it was just whittled away. I can only assume by my stepmother, who lent me the car, the same one. But he chose to be that way. He chose to dump me. Anyway, these long roads, these long drives are fucking boring. And you can't just relax. You got to be on alert for... I know, just from watching other drivers from the passenger seat inside the car with them, that they have very little regard for incidents waiting around every corner. I think I'd choose a speed to drive that is appropriate to my reaction time. And I've often seen that I have, you know, I'm not great now, but because of my loss of eyesight and just being unfit. But generally speaking, I have had faster reflexes, and I was quite acrobatic when I was younger and always running everywhere than other people. Fast reaction times in computer games and everything else. But I know that 80 kilometers an hour along a lot of these roads where, you know, the tree line is right bang up against the edge of the road and there are millions of rabbits. I just saw 5 just then, and I'll probably see a couple more The weird thing is the rabbits are kind of staying outside of the white line, which is weird. I haven't run over any yet, which is amazing. Like, it's as if they kind of know, right? They don't know. I don't know what attracts them to the edge of the road, but I guess rabbits kind of like clearings so they can see danger coming in any direction. I don't really know how many predators they've got. Occasionally there might be snakes, but we don't really have wolves or anything. We could have some foxes, but you hardly ever see foxes. I mean, compared to the amount of rabbits I've seen, they would outnumber foxes in terms of how many rabbits I've seen in Australia compared to how many foxes. I would say 1,000 to 1 at least, in terms of my viewing of rabbits along the road compared to foxes. There are lots of foxes, it's just foxes hide better. It's weird, I was contemplating this just before. How many predatory animals feel the need to hide? I don't know. Foxes know not to trust humans. I don't know how that is. Like, just maybe that's just a trait from birth. Do all animals mistrust other animals? I mean, the idea of a vehicle being loud and, dominant should put fear into animals to not stand in front of one. Deer don't seem to understand that for some reason. They do run out of the way if they're, not, frozen like a deer in headlights. There's a truck tailgating me right now. I don't even know what the speed limit is. I'm passing some intersections and some street lights, so I assume we've reduced down from 110, but I don't remember seeing an 80 speed sign or anything. And there are speed cameras. I'm getting close to the outskirts of the city now. I'm just going to get into the left-hand lane so this guy can overtake me. 98 kilometres to Adelaide. Yeah, it's 80. I'm pretty sure trucks know, just as a matter of course, as part of their job description, that exceeding the speed limit could cost them their jobs. Right now, my speedo is showing probably, it's an analog, what do you call it, needle, and it's up just below the 80 mark. This guy is probably doing about 85, 90. There's probably a threshold of acceptability, and now as I come in towards whatever this outskirt town is, the speed limit is 60. Now I'm going to reduce down to 60 and watch this guy just disappear into the horizon, because he probably knows where every speed camera is between Melbourne and Adelaide. Yeah, I'm going 63 now, and he's way off. He's sped all the way off. He doesn't give a shit. He knows. There's an intersection up ahead, and he's going to slow down a bit for that, I guess. But otherwise, everybody had better get the fuck out of his way. Driving this kind of distance, this 10-hour drive from Melbourne to Adelaide, if you average, a reasonable speed of 80 kilometres an hour, and every town you got to drop down to 60, then 50, and then often there are roadworks, you got to go down to 40. The other thing is, after like 10 p.m, a lot of towns, like 90% of petrol stations were closed. Luckily I found one in Bordertown, but I haven't seen one since, so I'm really glad. Yeah, I've used up about, I'd say 3/8 of a tank. I'm nearly down to the halfway mark. 3/8 of a tank I've spent between Bordertown and 100 kilometres from Adelaide. That's about, I guess, 3 hours drive, which means 3 out of 8. I reckon I get 8 hours drive at 80 kilometres an hour. What does that equal? Is that really what I'd get? I've refilled twice, and I've driven about, I guess about 800 kilometres. because I refilled it at the halfway mark each time. It's because I had a full tank when I left. It got down to half. I refilled up completely. It went down to half. I refilled up completely. Yeah, so it probably will be down to 50% fuel by the time I get to Adelaide. That's one tank of fuel between Melbourne and Adelaide. Yeah, probably. And that is 80 litres. Everything's 80. I mean, I've made reference to the number 80 several times. So 80 kilometres an hour on average to take 8 hours to get there. But it's not 8 hours, it's 10 hours. So 80, so I left at 5 p.m. I'm going to get there at 3. That's 7 to midnight, and then 3 a.m. That's 3 plus 3, that's 10. 10 hour drive. So that's what, 80 kilometers I would achieve 80 kilometers distance in 1 hour. So that adds up, because I have been, according to my estimations, driving around 80 kilometers per hour this whole trip. Now I just reached an 80 kilometer an hour speed sign, which probably means that I was speeding, because I just looked at my speedo and I'm at 78. I don't have cruise control. I'm just fluctuating my foot non-stop in an exhausting fashion, and I have been over the last 10 hours, fuck's sake. I stopped, went to the toilet, stopped at a couple of service stations, did some nibblies or whatever, and yeah, that's been 10 hours. So if I'd driven at 100 kilometers an hour on average, I would have traveled 100 kilometers in 1 hour instead of 80. That's an extra 20 kilometers per hour of travel. So next time, because the thing is, but I have been driving through a lot of cloud, a lot of fog. Okay, now the speed limit's jumping up to 110. Given that, it might be possible to travel, I guess it's 800 and something kilometers between Melbourne and Adelaide. It might be possible to travel, let's say it's 110 average, let's say it's 800 kilometers round a number, in under 8 hours. At 100 kilometers an hour, it would take you 8 hours. At 110, you might be able to do it, but you can't average 110. I mean, there are a lot of towns you've got to slow down through. You've got to refuel. Potentially if you have a big tank, or if you really trust that you've got an economical vehicle and you'll make it, you could just fuel up in Melbourne, push through all the way without stopping. It would be exhausting, no brakes. But you might be able to do it in like 7 hours and say 50 minutes, maybe 7 hours and 40 minutes potentially. But like I said, you cannot average 110 on this trip unless you're speeding. There are speed cameras as well. I was pulled over by the cops for a breath test. You gotta, I don't know. The thing for me is, I drive safely because I'm taking into consideration, even now as I give you this conversation and searching my thoughts, my brain is always scanning the road. I had the car just overtake me. Maybe in that instance, if a rabbit had jumped out in front of me, that rabbit would be fucking dead. In fact, under most circumstances, the rabbit would be dead. If I veered off crazy, like to swerve around a rabbit at 110 kilometers an hour, I'm pretty sure I would roll. I saw a double-decker bus on the way, and I thought, fuck, that's top heavy. That does not look like it would corner well. You would never want to corner fast in a double-decker bus. It's bad enough riding on a motorbike, but shit, double-decker bus, going around a corner fast in that thing, everybody would topple. There'd be deaths from the people who have smashed through the glass on the side windows and are being dragged half in and half out of the bus. That'd be a bad death. They'd just be basically painting the road red with the lower half of their body until they passed out. pretty descriptive, huh? So I'm going to visit my cousin in Adelaide, and we're going to go kayaking today. I've been scratching the back of my head, pretty itchy. Opening a window occasionally. Testing Siri by asking Siri this. I asked her several times. Well, because I always ask Siri questions when I go to these long drivers, as well as listening to science documentaries and podcasts and so on. So I asked Siri, can you please tell me the information I ask you each time I ask it, instead of telling me, here are the results? And she responded, I found the results for such an... can you please tell me the results instead of showing me a list or whatever it was? Right, and I said, I'm driving, Siri, just tell it, read it to me. And she didn't. And then she said, I cannot read this information. Because I know that on an Android, Google will just fucking read it to you every time. There's no problem ever. But Siri is so weak that she has to just display the top 3, I guess, Google results. I mean, Apple doesn't have a search engine. She must be searching Google by default, I would have thought, not Bing or something. So she's pretty bloody useless when you're driving and you want to know the answer to a question. Even though Google's not great, because most questions I ask Google, it just completely gets wrong. It finds one keyword in my search request. I was planning on writing down a list of, all the things I ask Google that Google can't answer. Because 99% of the questions I ask Google, it does not know the answer to. So I've got to go onto Quora.com or Reddit or something, and hopefully there's been some sort of forum discussion. But unless Google finds me that article, I can't even find the forum results. So I've got to go and ask it to the community. And nowadays I'm finding that because Quora.com now has ChatGPT in the form of a program called PO, that usually is smart enough to fully understand my question, trawl the internet for the information it needs, and spit out a very succinct, beautiful answer that I love. There is no competition between me wondering something and Google's shitty results versus the AI's results. AI is hands down the best. So humans are going to be obsolete soon, and so are computers, maybe, because they're shit in terms of fetching information that you need. They'll say, like, I'll say, all right, who would win a fight between a bear and a caterpillar, right? And Google will say, a bear is a 4-legged mammal or something, right? And then it go to the history and then saying, maybe it will include some information about a caterpillar, or maybe there was once a fucking book about a bear, and it had a caterpillar somewhere in it that metamorphosized into a butterfly or some shit. Completely off topic. It won't answer the question. Don't test that one, because that might actually give you a good result. But I'm just saying, 99% of my questions do not have a good Google result answer. But with AI, they do. I'm now traveling at 76 kilometers an hour, so I'll only get 76 kilometers in 1 hour, which is not fast enough, because my cousin's waiting for me. We're probably going to need to go to sleep before we get up to be at the kayaks by 9:30. It's currently 2:15 a.m. for me, coming from Victoria, and half an hour before that, 1:45 a.m. in this state that I'm in now, South Australia. Anyway, what's my point? Yeah, so keep myself occupied. Sometimes I'll just put my arm out the window and do some of these, right? Get the wind blowing in my face, keep me occupied. But I'm constantly scanning the road, constantly worrying about being tailgated, and constantly worried about the fog. So I think now is my last opportunity to really put my high beams on and go fast. There's enough clearance. I have no doubt that a rabbit will jump out in front of me now that I'm doing this, just to teach me a lesson. As I increase from 80 to 100, I'm feeling nervous and worried that something's going to happen. I'm allowed to go 110 though, but my high beams are too weak to see far enough ahead, and there's no fog anymore. My windscreen's been very dirty. I've tried to clean it several times, but because I vape, I'm pretty sure this is the reason, it coats everything with some film that means that I've got to keep wiping the window, and I'm pretty sure this is what happens in my house at home as well, which dirties up the windows. But that's not going to make me start going outside every time I want to vape. I don't know what's in here, but if that's what happens to the windows, you can imagine what's happening in my lungs, and it may well explain the reason I feel faint and short of breath and stuff when I get out of a chair and stand up or move or walk gently or something. Anyway, I'm going to stay in Adelaide for about 3 days. And hopefully some guy will buy my suspension in Geelong, because he's made an inquiry about it. First inquiry I've had about this suspension, that this vehicle had it removed. This is my Elgrand. Had removed. I needed softer cushioning. It's so much better than what the suspension it's got now. It's like a whole different car. It's amazing. If I were going to keep this car, because I can't fucking sell it, nobody wants to buy it, I am going to try and do it up as a camper van and take camper van-y shots, at least so I can put the pictures online and say, this is a camper van. I know none of you have ever heard of an Elgrand before, because it's an import and they're very rare. And I've never had a single inquiry, even though I've had it advertised and lowered and increased the prices over the last 6 years. Still had no inquiries. Hopefully I can sell at least the suspension that came out of it. The stiffer suspension. It's called sports suspension. It's better for handling corners, apparently, but it's shit for cushioning. Like it's like driving a train. So yeah, I want to get rid of it. I was going to chuck it out actually when I got it replaced, but then I realized it's worth a bit. I might as well try to sell it. I also sold my old Pixel 8 Pro, got some of my money back for that as well, so thank God that is finally solved. These are two of the list items that have been hampering me, and the only reason I'm making this trip to Adelaide now is because I sold my phone. So I got some petrol money and, go kayaking money. And just, maybe going to the pub money if my cousin is available to do that. But yeah, he works every day, wakes up really early, and then, hopefully we'll be able to spend some time together. He goes to bed pretty early too, opposite of me, so I might have to go and explore Adelaide on my own a little bit. There's not that much to do in a city. I don't know, just play computer games at home or something, see what happens. But definitely going kayaking. That gave me purpose as well. Maybe there'll be dolphins. Making up bullshit and saying that it doesn't affect you. Did that shit.
Did you get it?
No, because I was just taking a photo. I should have taken a video. This PD Pops the, what do I call it? Pelican paddler. No pelican paddler without a pelican. Monsieur Peter. This is the most stable camera setup ever.
Yeah.
Just sliding along the surface of the water.
Yeah.
2984. Peter was alone, scavenging, trying to find things to help him survive.
weird how it's all like an island in the middle of it.
I know, trees growing out of old ships.
Madness.
I'm in a dolphin sanctuary in the middle of South Australia, in Adelaide.
I'll get some photos with you.
Yeah. Got some sunken ships on the right with a tree growing out of it, and another one over there, and potentially some dolphins and some stingrays in here as well. This is an inlet. In, what is this, Port Adelaide?
Yep.
Yeah.
Trees. But yeah, just be aware of, it does get a bit tight.
Ready, I'll start. Row, row, row your boat. Gently down the... I probably should have kept going. Gently, merrily, 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 life is but a dream. Oi! In the future, mankind has found a new energy source on Helix 1.
Breaded? So good, man. It's so good. What the fuck is going on?
They're salt sheep.
This
is weird lumpy
is that a
thing.
sheep swimming pool there?
Oh, well, that's man-made, surely. Somebody's gone around and dug up some health beauty salt that helps your skin.
How does that happen?
Well, the sheep go for a little walk into the salt marshes. They get stuck.
Welcome to Adelaide. As you can see over here, we have a tram.
And go.
And I reckon that's power steering fluid. That's it.
Electric car. I'm at my cousin's place in Adelaide. As always, there's no light on a mirror. This is a brand new house. They don't generally make lights over mirrors. That's why you got to do it yourself in a lot of cases. I'm paranoid about the back of my head. It's been really itchy. And potentially the rubbing on the pillow as well. Pulling out hairs, I'm not sure. And plus I'm going to have a shower in a second. I've been wearing a hat because I've been a bit paranoid about what it looks like back here. I didn't bring a suction cup or anything for the phone to do the head down. I could still do a power mirror with my iPad. I did bring that. But I'm gonna have a shower and hopefully I won't lose all the hair off the back of my head here. Because I remember there's a very straight, artificial looking line. I've been out in the sunshine as well with people, so they would have seen everything. That's why I've been kind of wearing a hat to cover over this. I don't trust it. I don't trust it not to look real. What's it like back here? It's been pretty itchy back here. It's been scratchy at this area. I'm not sure if it's okay or not. How is it back there? Is it as bad as it feels? Because I might have to go home. I didn't bring a spare hairpiece at all. I'm stuck. I've got a hat. I could wear a hat over it. But does my hat even come down that far? I've just been a bit itchy back there. It's been, I don't know. A few hairs around the place. Hey look, there's a rainbow. That's Peter's house. And that's some crazy guy that keeps following me. Peter and I were just driving along the road and I saw somebody, falling over near the bins, and we stopped and he ran back to look after them. I think he's gone into one of the apartments to see if they're all right. This is Good Samaritan Peter. taking the lady's garbage out after he saved her life. Got the medics to come and give her treatment. Just humbly going back, putting the bin where it needs to be, and his job will be done. It's Peter just returning back to the scene of the crime. He didn't mean to do it, he swears. Maybe. Once upon a time, there was a little girl called... What's her name?
Bobby.
No, definitely not. Called Satrina. Satrina had wandered off from her camp. Hello? Is anyone out there? Called Satrina. Just then, a dinosaur came by with painted toenails. Excuse me? Yes? Peter and I are just going through Rosie's donation box that she's given us. And we're going to make these puppets M-rated. With all their adventures. We tried all the dinosaurs except take batteries, but he's the only one that could really do anything. Pretty itchy, especially here. But in other places sometimes I want to minimize it, but I'm not sure about what to do about the ledge, the perimeter, the crown. Could all be. And I've been molting so much, it's unbelievable. It's embarrassing everywhere I go. There's hair left all over the place. It's fucking terrible. I'm constantly paranoid that the part I've been itching on the back of my head is visible to everybody. I can't see with this lighting. My head's in the way of the mirror. It's totally in the way. I can't see what's going on. I need a second screen. 2 mirrors is not good enough. You need 2 screens. Or a camera and a screen. Well, whatever is going on back there. I'm wearing a hat. It's just too dark and blurry in my eyes, so it's not good enough. I can feel. And I can tell you the itch is happening directly underneath the tape. Not after the tape. I just want to lift the whole thing off. When I take a shower, I've had 2 showers here since I've been. Just the hairs keep shedding out like crazy. It's like spider webs down my face, and I've been cleaning up hair all over the bathroom. It makes me think, shit, it's gonna be such a big deal to have a shower. And on the pillow, I think as well, when I sleep, maybe I sleep on that side more and it's just rubbing back and forth on the pillow. I don't know, but it's not good. I've spoken to Lord Hair and they're going to swap 2 of my recent 4 poly hairpieces. One with lace and one with French lace and one with Swiss lace, I think. I need knots to hold these hairs in because the V-loops are simply not working. I'll keep 2 of the original because it's just so much more expensive to get lace than poly now. I don't know why. I guess because of the lack of effort to make a poly unit. It's still a lot of effort, but the price difference is almost like, it feels like double maybe. I haven't checked it properly. But I think these prices will continue to fluctuate. I don't know. I'm always shy that maybe there are hairs on my shoulders and jacket and all sorts of things, and especially left around the house wherever I've sat down or lay down. I just have to wear a hat over all of this. And I've got to find a solution for the crown and the back section. Now, this is too much blockage. I want more of my head to be accessible for scratching and just airflow. Having a full lace piece this size, 8 by 8, don't think it's necessary. Even the 10 comes back around underneath the underside of my head, whereas the 8 would end up here where the crown is. I would love to have an 8, just finish where the bald spot ends, but it quite simply doesn't start curving around the back there, so there's always going to be a perimeter. If I brush my hair to the side, it would be visible all around there. And that's not a point. The bald spot where the hair wouldn't really go down very much to block the perimeter from being seen by anybody. So I think really I need knots, not V-loops. And it probably does need to continue down to the 10-inch mark, but it can all be narrowed. So potentially, if my hairpiece could come up, like you guys have said, up there, I'll have to calculate it based on regrowth patterns. But something else I have to warn everybody about is that when you do see my shave pattern, my natural regrowth after 14 years of wearing a hairpiece right here, it does appear that it has hampered growth. Now that just might be from all the waxing I've done, ripping it out over the years, ripping my own hairs out while putting the hairpiece on and off a million times. Or it could be that the chemicals and the glue and the lack of oxygen to the scalp, or nitrogen or whatever it is, stopped it from working, stopped it from growing back nicely. I still get some stubble a little bit in the middle. Now this could have been a natural progression. It's just that when I see the complete shininess of all of that compared to what comes directly after, even down the center, it makes me think that 14 years of constriction, what's it called when you smother, of being smothered, 14 years of being smothered have led to a degradation in hair growth. So what I'm saying is, wearing a hairpiece at all, potentially, is going to make you balder. Yeah, it seems like that's true. I feel like I might be the first person to really give a very decent bit of evidence to this unfortunate fact. But the reason for it, whether it's smothering of the follicles or whether it's constant waxing, I don't know the answer to that question. I'd say most of my perimeter was here before, right? I'd say most of the hair loss is around that area, and there's less hair loss down in the island. But I think that might be a male pattern baldness thing as well, but just not with such a defined U-shape, which is probably due to smothering. I don't know. Now, the alternative, of course, is getting hair plugs, transplant. I'll need to look into that. I'm confident that lace will solve some of these problems, but I can't wear a hat with lace because the glue shines through and sticks all the hairs together. But I certainly can't have this. This is not a solution because it's constantly rubbing on the pillow and it's fucking it up. Then there's the crown problem. I mean, hopefully lace is also the same, but it doesn't. It's more free flow. Hopefully, freestyle. Is this pillow covered in hair? I feel the spider webs all over my face from the shit. It's just shedding so bad, just every time I touch my head. It's bullshit. It's just been so itchy around the perimeter, including up here now. Has that lowered itself? This is winter, right? Oh, I just want to take this whole thing off. It's fallen to pieces. It's just sliding all around. I've got to say though, the tape has held longer than Walker tape, but Walker tape, when it used to get back, it stays like almost like day 4 or 5, I guess, forever. This one was strong the first few days, and then no longer strong. I don't know how many days I've had this on for. The glue around the back edge here, I don't know if you can see any of this. The hair all over my fingers. But it feels wrong, whatever's going on back there. And the glue around the bottom perimeter edge is all sticky and yuck, which it would be with Ultra Hold as well, but my main concern right now is the shedding. It's just insane. I really don't want to have to grow my hair out by 2 inches. I might leave Adelaide tonight. I haven't slept yet, but it's about 9 o'clock in the morning. I'm gonna try to make a little puppet show with my cousin, just for fun, and then hopefully I'll sleep before then, and then just start driving home. I do need to get a mattress though, otherwise I can't sleep in the van. Yeah, I've tried to sleep. It's hard. It's got hard plastic all over the floor. There's no way. Fucking everywhere, man. Slimy. Just in a rest area on my way back to Melbourne from Adelaide. This is peeling, I'm sure of it. It's hard for me to tell what's got hair on it or not at this point. I'm sort of half tempted to wait until I get home. Probably tomorrow, because I'm going to sleep. I haven't slept yet. Yeah, to analyze everything, but I kind of really want to take this fucking thing off my head right now. It just comes up. It comes off so easily. Now I can finally see the slime. Oh shit! And the missing hairs. Yeah, it's just so much hair missing, so much hair all over it. And it smells really bad. I've never had a hairpiece smell bad before. Fuck. That means the top of my head probably smells really bad too. Get all this extra. I forgot I looked like this underneath. Shit. Look at the regrowth. I'm just wondering if my next hairpiece can be that high Just keeping it narrow, going down like that. That's basically a baldness peak if I did that. Maybe there, maybe there. I don't know. It just smells so bad right now. I wish I had some more baby wipes, but I will use the ones that I've got. I may just drive home and spend the rest of my time on the road with just nothing on my head and just wear a hat as required. But first I've got to clear all this shit off my fucking scalp. If we look at the tape, what's happened to the tape over time? Well, it's gone yellow, just like glue does, but it smells really bad as well. You can calculate how many days I've been doing this. I think it's the 19th of August. I can't ask the phone without, I've got to stop. Yeah, so it's the 21st of August actually. I don't remember what date I put my hairpiece on, this hairpiece. This is hairpiece number 5, so you can just rewind back and check whatever date that was if I don't include it in this massive edit. How many days this hairpiece lasted for? This is a full, uncut, unstenciled hair system, 0.03 millimeters, and it just shed like crazy. I have 3 more, 2 just arrived in the mail, or 4 just arrived, but I'm sitting 2 back and swapping them from lace. I don't know how lace is going to work with this, but I'm hoping by that stage I will have planned out an actual narrower shave zone, and none of this will be included. It's just too much. It's just too much smothering over my head. It's just uncomfortable. I want it higher. The only thing is, will the hairstyle that I choose just fall into place or not? That's the question. We'll find out further down the track. Trying to use these flushable wipes to clear the shit out of my hair, out of my head, and out of my hair. But it's become very apparent that without solvent, it's just a slimy, greasy mess, and I'm gonna be putting my head on this pillow. It's an old pillowcase. I don't really care if it gets dirty, but it's just gonna be smothering all over my face and potentially over my glasses and everything else that touched my phone. I'm glad I bought some quickies. Yeah, I'll just continue scratching at this stuff and wiping it as best as I can, but after all, I'm just gonna stop, and if it doesn't come off, fuck it. I've been really unsuccessful at getting all the glue off the back of my head. And now there's this fucking fly in my van, buzzing around my head incessantly. I'm hoping the stank from this bloody used hairpiece will make it want to just get in there and get Venus fly-trapped. Où êtes-vous, mon petit chouchou? Come on, fly. You know you want some. I keep thinking maybe it left, but every time I think that, it comes back. I think it knows where my eyes are pointing and it avoids them. It just comes and licks me all over. Come on, little fly. Come into the trap. I finally got to sleep after about say I think it was 60 hours. Maybe a bit more. It's so long. Ooh. That was shedding like crazy, that thing. It was just like spider webs all over my face and body and everywhere all the time. They just shed so bad. I mean, I don't know what to do about it. I don't know if any thickness of poly is going to be good enough. But I've never had this problem before. The whole batch. I don't know. What can I tell you? Get knots. Or just shave your head. I mean, get in shape. I'm just driving towards, I'm in South Australia. I'm just driving down towards a town called Robe. Just like this. You like my little tails? Interesting haircut, huh? But that other slimy thing, had to get it off my head. I'm so grateful that it's not there anymore. Almost to the point that if I get in shape, I'll just bloody shave my head and not ever wear something any there ever again. Because that suffocating thing was too much. I will try the new hairpieces I'm getting down the middle like a mohawk. I might need to shave all of this, the rest of the length, the same length as this, so that it can grow uniformly. I was planning to wear a full topper to cover over it and let it grow longer underneath, but it's probably better to try to find a hairstyle that will work on anything. That would be the ultimate. If I could find that haircut, that would be the ultimate. It would help a lot of you to know that from there to a spot on the back of your head somewhere, might be the 10-inch mark, which is the longest you can get, or it might just be to the bald spot, but that seems bad because the crown problem juts crazily there. But if I could get it, you know, crownless, I'm wondering if my hypothesis is that lace hair pieces aren't probably going to have such a problem with the crown, just because they don't need to be forced like a V-loop to stay low. It can sort of go up in all directions, which still gives you the 1.5 inch problem. That can't be overcome. Not with these. I've never seen one that, because like you need soil and then plant upwards. I don't know what the speed limit is here, so I just don't want to be pulled over by police. Not because I care about my license, because I don't want them to see my head. Alright, I've got a hat, so when I get to a town, I'll just put the hat on. You hear that wind? It's so nice. I would be worried to do that with most hairpieces. Got both windows open, going about 100 kilometers an hour through the outback. It's so good. Those little bird tracks. This lake that I'm standing in right now is actually pink. It's really slippery. It feels nice on my feet though. The mud is so like melted chocolate or something. I feel like I'm driving on a treadmill. Like, it's weird when you drive for fucking ages and you still haven't got anywhere. I mean, I'm still over an hour from my destination. I'm currently driving along the South Australian coastline. To my right is some kind of peninsula that separates me, where I'm on a road now. There's a sort of a lake, was part of the ocean really, that goes for just 3 hours drive. It's all the way along, and then after that sliver, or this, let's say, it's like a river that runs beside the edge of the land, and then there's a peninsula that runs all beside the land, and then there's the ocean, and then there's Antarctica, right? It's been beautiful to see it, but I'm not in a car, basically just looking at white lines incessantly for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours. I'm losing sunlight because the sun's currently about to set, and I'm still over an hour. I just saw a pair of ribs by the side of the road from a kangaroo. Another kangaroo on the side of the road over there. I passed a few garbage bags that looked a bit too fluffy and suspicious to be full of junk, and I thought maybe I should drive back and see what's in them. It could be cash, right? And I thought, how would I stash all that cash before the bandits caught me and started, you know, torturing me to find out where I'd put the money, in different parts of my van. And there's another dead kangaroo here. I better be careful. The spine was all sticking out. Like what I'm saying is there's probably kangaroos about to bounce in front of my car now. It is literally the time the kangaroos will start bouncing around sunset, because they've finished doing all their grass munching and they're going to go back to their, I don't know what it is, a clearing somewhere, so they can sleep in their mob and keep an eye out for danger. They don't really have any natural predators. They're not in any danger really. Snakes would leave them alone, and there are no wild dogs. My mum's calling back. Hello. Looking like this. And there's a giant lobster by the side of the road here. I tried to make it to the beach in time, but I couldn't make it before sunset. So I'm just hugging the southern coast, just probably almost halfway between Adelaide and Melbourne. Closer to Adelaide. I'm in South Australia. Fuck, I just hit a kangaroo. I must have broken its legs or head or something. It's still there. Can you see it? I haven't got my glasses on. I'm on the wrong side of the road, but there's no cars at the moment. Shit, must be super injured. And I'm sure I've got a huge dent in the side. You see this kangaroo here? I just ran over it. Like it bounced into the side of my car. Like, he must be super injured right now. He would definitely be in shock. I thought I would have got him in the head. I don't know what's going to happen to him or her. I expect... I've got to get over, there's a car coming. He's definitely wary. I'm just looking for any blood that might be around his mouth. And I'm trying my hardest to really get this in focus, but... Is there any blood or anything around him at all? He might just be holding himself up with a broken spine, I don't know. Look at the road behind where I hit him. Look at the road condition. Whoa, okay, careful, careful, careful. Even if I tried to speak to him gently, it's not gonna... Okay, it's looking good. Looking, okay, good. Oh, back leg, back right leg. Back right leg could be sore. Alright, just be gentle, buddy. Be gentle. Be gentle. Hope the tail's alright as well. Oh shit. Alright. Let's hope he's alright. Because I know my van's not. I don't think he caused any structural damage, but certainly the panels on the outside of this vehicle are going to be pretty smashed up. And I don't know if about the interior, if the glass broke or smashed or anything. Fuck. I'm just glad he's alright. there is an AFS button. That flashing light says AFS off. I've turned the AFS on button, but it hasn't changed. I don't know what AFS means. Yeah, I'm sort of reluctant to want to get close to a light so I can see what the fuck the damage is to the side of my vehicle. There are kangaroos everywhere. Like, seriously, I'm just trying to drive slow all the time because, like, some of them I've actually seen the Joey in the pouch just looking back at me. I don't know why it's so blurry, this camera. I've tried to clean it multiple times, but the most important thing here, apart from that kangaroo on the left there, is just where they jumped out in front of me. You know, they're here. God, this is fucking blurry. Oh man. Okay, so I just entered Victoria, hit a kangaroo. Fuck man, what is going on? I feel like I'm waiting for zombies to creep out, because why aren't there any humans? I haven't seen a human, like the car that just came past, first car I've seen in over an hour, and this is the hotel. This is the middle of this town. Not a single light in the hotel, but they've got pretty lights. I've been hoping to find a service station so I can inspect. I could get out here and look at the side of my car. Fuck it, let's just do it next to this tree. I also need to take a piss. Hello?
You're not driving around looking for a dog, you're delivering.
Oh, you need a dog? You lose your dog?
There's a dog that's been running up and down the street loose, and I was just trying to find the owner, that's all.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Someone might have been out looking for it.
Oh, good luck, yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Bye.
See ya.
Bye. All right, let's have a look here. It's pretty dark, I can't see much. I can see scratched, that's a big mark there. That's a massive dent. No cracked windows. This is still on. Nothing on the car seems to have come off, but I've got a massive dent. Yeah, this panel, the door, and the front's got a big dent. Oh, okay. The front's smashed. Oh, my whole front light's come out. Okay. I've been driving pretty much non-stop. Well, I have stopped a couple of times for the past 7 hours, and I smashed the front window in and all down the side of the car when I hit a kangaroo. I slowly, and I'm still kind of tentatively trying to drive through, because the kangaroos fucking stand on the side. On the way to Adelaide, they were just rabbits, just sitting there watching cars go by, right? They never jumped in front of my car. Amazing. But every time I see a kangaroo, I'm thinking, please, no. And about 4 times I've given it a bit of a wide berth as it hops onto the road. It wants to do that the moment a car comes towards it, for some fucked up reason. Anyway, I never want to drive again. I want to sit as a passenger. I might join Uber. I don't really ever want to see the Australian outback ever again, unless it's something massive like Uluru. I've never seen that. Big rock in the middle. Maybe some lake, some pretty lady, my wife maybe, if that happens. But bullshit. I fucking hate driving. It's so fucking boring. And you can't do anything while you're sitting here as a driver. You gotta fucking just concentrate on the white line. 1, 2, 3, 4, bum. 7 hours, holy shit, fuck off. The last town did not have a service station. Middle of Australia, fucking bullshit. Well, it's not middle of Australia, but it's not a city. This certainly is not a city. It's like, it feels like, at the moment, I think it's a 5-hour drive between petrol stations. And I can't get any radio signal, and there's no internet. So I just gotta fucking watch the white lines just keep coming and dodge kangaroos. It's fucking nuts and boring as fuck. If you want to be free, just go out in the ocean. that's boring. It's too boring. You just want to be near civilization. We're very lucky to be born into a civilization where we can just basically rest on our laurels and have chocolate. You know what I mean? Watch TV. Then again, I feel like I should become fit if I want to achieve any of my dreams. In 2.5 years, well, I just turned 47 in July. Nearly just less than 3 years, I'll be 50. And I did not. That's definitely old age. That's old age. You could be a grandfather at 50, right? Easily. I could be a grandfather at 40. If I had a kid when I was 20 and they had a kid when they were 20. Doesn't happen these days though. It's like usually 25, 40, 35 maybe. I'm 47. I haven't even reasoned it through. I've been waiting for my friends and my family to come back to me, but they're not fucking going to. I've been deluding myself for years, waiting and moping and feeling sorry for myself. Actually being in extreme fucking buckled over in pain, agony, every waking moment of my life actually. And I just sometimes have a bit more strength to sit upright and actually go outside of the house. And I've done that in a big way by driving to Adelaide and back. But I'm going to have to do way more than that if I want to have any semblance of a life. I need to get out of the house and actually see other human beings once in a while. Maybe meet up groups, or maybe just go to the pub. Anything, and just hang out there. It'd be awkward though, because I'd be the 47-year-old at the pub filled with fucking early tweens or whatever the fuck they are. Am I supposed to get along with those people? The way I do it is I fucking push to play guitar on stage and sing, which is what I was meaning to do, and I've been meaning to do it for years, and I've been fucking around. It can't be that hard. I've joined an agency, but I've never received a phone call for any reason from them. I just have to go knock on doors, but I need to build the show. I was rehearsing often. Obviously, it takes months of rehearsal to learn 50 songs or whatever, right? You've got to memorize the songs and the chords that you're playing, and if you've got a backing track, learn to play with the backing track in timing. And I've developed medleys that sort of blend together, and that took over a year to make those medleys, about 3 hours worth of medleys with computer editing and so on, and figuring out how the songs speed into each other, transitioning them, transposing them into the key of my best vocal range, etc. Fuck, I don't know what to do. Anyway, don't hit kangaroos. When people warn you not to drive in Australia at night, I would say it's better than driving in day, because there are way less cars to worry about. So for me, being tailgated by a vehicle up my ass, who just sits there on my ass like 2 meters behind me, my desire to get out or slam on the brakes and fucking like murder the driver of that vehicle who's been tailgating me is so strong that it causes me amazing, intense amounts of anxiety. So hitting a kangaroo, it's going to cost me at least $2,000 to fix that. I was trying to sell this fucking van. Nobody is interested. Like seriously, I've advertised it for 6 years. I've had 0 phone calls, and I've priced it at the same price as everyone else, and then I dropped the price and went $3,000 lower than everyone else. Still no phone calls. It's fucking bullshit. This is why I'm thinking, just don't buy a car. Don't own a car. Ubers are everywhere. Over the time that you use Uber and everything else, take petrol money into account and everything else, it could be just a little bit more expensive to use Ubers to get around. But you've got a driver. It's like a fucking, the thing for me though is I smoke non-stop. I can't go without vaping for more than 15 minutes. Otherwise, I start feeling like I'm suffocating. Honestly. So, anyway, you can't see shit. So, I'm on my own in the darkness now. This is what an Australian town looks like at 10:30 p.m. on a Thursday night. Coleraine, this one's called. I've never heard of it. Accommodation closed, and bar closed, milk bar closed. There's the petrol station, closed. Potholes are pretty severe. Not too bad compared to some places, but like seriously, I don't understand why people live here. Every time you come to pretty much a river along the main road, there's a town. This is, unless it's a tiny creek. But see this? This looks like I'm coming maybe over a bridge here. So this will mark the end of the town. It's always like that. You go over one bridge, right? You get to a town, then there's another bridge over another river, and then you've left. That's how it is. And this is the outskirts of the town, and it's already 80, so after here, there'll be a couple of houses, and that'll be the end of the town completely. From here on, it's basically probably just going to be trees for another 100, maybe 200 kilometers. Let's see what the sign says. Where's the next stop? There's a sign on the left that's going to tell me where the next towns are. How's the focus on this phone? Is it shit? Alright, okay, it's only 32 kilometers to the next town. Yeah, so these towns are getting closer together because I'm approaching civilization a bit here. Yeah, alright, so this is good. It's starting, the towns are starting to bunch up. Yeah, 30, 30, and the next one after that's about 70, and the one after that's about 80. You can see where the tail's swiped at the end. I don't know if this panel's damaged, this one. Maybe not. It's hard to tell. It's not as bad as I expected. Small dent here. This front bar looks salvageable, and this headlight seems to be the only smashed component on the front. So, yeah. Once I go through a car wash, there will always be this dent. I mean, I could probably pay for a panel beater, but shit. I haven't had a single phone call inquiry for this car since it's been for sale for the last 6 years, so just replaced the headlights. Just looked online, the headlights are about $700, probably $150 delivery from overseas. I finally found a service station that is open, 11 p.m. Hot coffee, lube and baby wipes for a romantic night in, and Mentos and some iced coffee. Still about 5 hours to go back to Melbourne, but I'm going to stop before Geelong and set up camp so I can do a deal and make some money tomorrow in Geelong. I've been putting more thought into shaving my head, but I think I've fucked this whole front section, so it's not going to ever blend with the rest of my head anymore ever again. So I fucked that up by wearing a hairpiece for 14 years. I don't think it's ever going to grow back here. Like, even here, though it's thin, it's not nearly as starkly thin as the rest. So I fucked it. I've killed the follicles by constantly yanking on them. That can't happen to other parts of my body, can it? Fuck, why didn't that start? On cue, thank you. Wait a second. That can't start. That can't happen to other parts of my body, can it? Thank you. I might have to turn up the volume on that engine start. Just like the engine actually starts. This van depreciates very quickly and it's costing a lot of money to keep fixed, so better to just leave it parked forever probably. I've been driving for about 8 hours through the middle of fucking Australia. Well, just the southern coast. But shit, these roads just go forever. It's like driving on a treadmill, seriously. Less kangaroos around this area, more rabbits. You should see some. If you don't, it's just unbelievably bad luck, because I've just seen 1,000 of them less than a kilometre ago. So yeah, it's probably just because I'm filming and it knows, and the universe is going fuck you, and so that's what I get. Yeah, I'm about an hour and a half at full speed. I never drive at full speed. I'm going 80. Haven't seen a car for a long time. Yeah. One good thing about driving at night, there are less cars, and I'm not even on the main freeway. I think that's about 100 kilometers to my left. So I'm stuck on these back roads. This is well paved though, at least. Not too bad with the potholes so far. Touch steering wheel. Yeah, I've just been listening to podcasts and interviews and stuff about mostly Elon Musk. People just rip him to pieces. But I'm just glad there is somebody powerful who's getting stuff done, right? All the stuff that I would have liked to see. Not all of it, but a lot of it. Like, not to the level that I want, but still, given the amount of money a human being can have, he's done a lot. And he, kicks people in the head, tells them to fuck off, so that he can get his way, which is the only way to do it. There's no other way. Compromise is too slow. It takes years to get things done nicely. And somebody with that much power, who's, you know, potentially going to start working on underground infrastructure, which we haven't done properly. I mean, his boring company, he's not doing it properly. Like, he should build an a complete underground network with multi-levels. But all I've heard is about Hyperloop, or claustrophobic Hyperloop. I would never want to get in there. I would want a big, spacious freight container shuttle to go on some sort of conveyor system underground, and along with all the home shopping and deliveries and everything, all fully automated. Just conveyor system, 30 meters deep for north to south roads, 60 meters deep for east to west maybe. Then use ramps to connect them so you never have to stop. Completely annihilate cars completely. Yeah, you haven't seen a single rabbit yet, have you? There's one. Please don't run in front of me. No. Oh, fuck. Just missed him, thank God. Fucking hell. Alright, I gotta go. Alright, there are a whole bunch of vehicles that say oversized, and they wave me down, and I'm not sure what they're transporting here. Vestas. Oh, shit. That is a big fucking boat. After I hit the kangaroo, I went and sold my suspension, because I had the suspension change and I kept the previous suspension for $800. And now I've come to the wreckers where I bought my replacement suspension. And they want $800 for the light. Plus they're going to repair it for me. So I'm just loitering up here against an old Wreckers, one of their competitors, just down the road a bit. Got an hour to burn. I just dropped my bags after a 2,000 kilometre drive, hit a kangaroo, had to go get my car repaired, and I'm glad I got that all finished before I fucking came home. The last couple of days just been staying in the van, so removed the hairpiece that was totally itchy, and this is the first chance I've had to look properly in the mirror. Yeah, no, so I think if you look, I've got the brightness level down on the phone, I think you'll see that there's a clear disruption or extra baldness happening here in this area that I've worn my front partial for the past 14 years. So getting rid of all this shit, right? And just going with a short haircut might not be a good option. Like say for example, if I kept, this is the regrowth, right, since I last shaved to put that hairpiece on. It was too suffocating and it was really itchy where the tape was, right around the perimeter, really itchy. And it really, I don't know if you got some decent lighting when I tried to film the back of my head. I'd scratched it and it was just molting like crazy, spider webs all over me in the shower. I spent ages after every shower when I was at my cousin's place in Adelaide, just picking hairs up from all around the room. It was just so embarrassing, and I knew that there were probably strays all over my shoulder, just all over the place, and probably the patch on the back of my head was showing to everybody. Fucking embarrassing. I don't know that V-loops can be held strongly by the glue they whack on the back of that. Maybe if it was thicker glue or cooked longer or something, because I don't remember V-loops ever being that weak. That was a bad batch. I've still got one more from that batch. They had 4 more delivered, 0.03mm poly, but they're going to pick 2 of those up because I changed my order, but they didn't respond in time and they accidentally sent it all. So they're going to replace 2 of them. They're sending somebody to come and pick them up, and they're going to send me new ones. So the new ones are going to be lace, French lace and Swiss lace. I'll keep 2 of the originals, but shit, the prices have gone up massively. So I made a video not that long ago, $130 hairpieces. That's not how it is anymore. It's like $289 for the 0.03mm. But given all the shit I've been through with the driving and fucking having to deal with car and sleeping around and having all this stuff rubbing against the pillow back here, it's so fucking hard. I understand that if I shave this off and just accept that I don't have a head of hair anymore, because I don't look in the mirror that often anymore. I don't ever go and see other people. It's what am I fucking dressing up for like a clown, trying to look good? Who cares, right? Nobody's looking. Doesn't matter. But there will be times when I want to go out into the world and face people and be an actor, be a rock star on stage. I might not be a rock star. I just want to make some money on stage by playing and singing songs, which is what I do, right? I have done. Haven't done it lately. But nobody gives a fuck if you wear a hat over your bald head. You just look better with hair, that's all. Depends how vain you are. Now, I need to make a graph. The pros of vanity versus the cons of vanity. Well, I can just off the top of my head say that vanity takes effort, but then again, you got to brush your hair every day. Normally, if you have a full head of hair, naturally. So that's one thing you would still have to do if you wore a hairpiece. And then you've got the added problem, if you don't have hair and you want it, of sticking it on and removing it and cleaning it. The other issues in terms of hairpieces that I've had to always face to save money have been cutting the STENCIL size so it fits the shave zone accurately, shave this shave zone, and cut the hair myself. Now, it's $10 from Lord Hair to have the STENCIL size cut for you, and $30 to get the haircut the way that they've advertised. These are the different hairstyles, or you could just send in a picture of your own or whatever else and they'll try to match it. I don't know how well that's going to turn out. You could also just say, make it 2 inches around the back and just give me a 3-inch fringe. Hopefully that doesn't mean they just go chop. Hopefully they'll just do it properly, right? Yeah. So you could eliminate those problems for $40 per hairpiece. Doesn't matter which type of hairpiece it is from that particular company. They'll do all your STENCIL cutting and your haircut for $40. So it'll be just out of the box, ready to put on your head. Not ready to put on your head, you've got to apply glue and you've got to shave the shave zone, do proper scalp preparation. In my case, this regrowth is pretty fucking thick, right? That's a lot of regrowth. So with poly, the darkness shows through, and with lace, the darkness would show it through even more. Darkness plus glue on top of it. I don't know how many days it's been since I fully shaved this all the way down, but it hasn't been that, it's been less than a month. I don't remember when it was, the date. So this is the regrowth now. So for me to have a realistic scalp when people see through my hairs, which they can, don't fucking be deluded about that, they can see through, if you look at anybody's head, unless they're wearing something bogus like a wig, you can see somebody's scalp pull through. And it would be abnormal to see that darkness shining out through from the gaps in people's hair. Yes, it would. So what do? Well, I'm not going to make the next hairpiece full coverage, like all the way, right? It's too much. It's too itchy with the tape. I don't know if it's the tape's fault, or it's just my scalp was not used to being, touched there. I don't remember it being that itchy in the beginning. It's not like I've calloused up here and then it's softer back further after 14 years of hardcore fucking rampage. I don't think that's the case. Because I wasn't itchy all over, but the weird thing about the tape is it sort of softened over time and became a bit sticky around the edges, like I could feel the edges of the glue just squeezed out, which would still happen with any liquid adhesive. Would happen more with liquid adhesive, actually. As it stands, I can't be fucked. I've got other things I want to deal with. Most of all, at the moment, I just want to get all these videos I've been making just published and just fucking put them on the internet. I could walk around with a hat. See, the thing is, you've got to make a decision unless you absolutely don't give a fuck what people think. And if that's the case, you don't need vanity. You've won life. Okay. Vanity is just for the weak among us who want to be respected using our looks. But if you're fat anyway, it doesn't really fucking matter. People just see you're a fat ass with hair. What's the difference? You're in the fat category in their mind, right? Not worthy of respect. Unless you're a billionaire, then it's like you're a fat fucking rich fuck. So you'd be probably the maximum disrespect, but people will treat you well. Yeah, I could just shave all that, keep all my hair this length forever. This could be borderline, I do intend to grow these and lose this. So when that happens, this is fine. I'm old anyway, I'm 47. not as old as some of you old fucks, right? Seriously, like some of you, I'm looking at the graph. Most of you are between, I think, 35 and 44. I'm 47. Not most of you, there's a big chunk of you who are that age, all right? I looked at the analytics. Yeah, it's interesting to see the watch time as well. The most patient of you who watch the most number of minutes for some of my fucking crazy long videos are older. So 18 I think is the minimum age for my videos. Or maybe the analytics only tell me that. So if you're in your 20s or early 20s or whatever, you can fuck off because you've got an attention span of about 10 seconds, I think. Even though there's quite a big chunk of you who are that age. Anyway, you won't be watching this because you've already left after the first 10 seconds and it's been going for more than 10 seconds, so you've already gotten bored and you're now watching fucking frogs being thrown at targets on the side of a moving school bus or some shit, you dumbasses. Anyway, the older people who are wise and smart and want to learn stuff, and even though I fucking just keep talking for hours about mostly nothing, there are gems in here from all my experiences, and they're probably worth picking up on if you have the patience. And I guess when you're older, you have a bit more patience. I kind of do. I get more patience. Sometimes if somebody's just fucking talking nonsense for hours, it's like, fucking get off, I'll find another channel. But yeah, I'm the best at troubleshooting in the world, so good luck. If I decide to go through a phase of being bald, right? Anyone I meet or see will know that now they've just gone, wow, you've just lost a fuckload of hair, just like that. Because they've known me for years and I've had a full head of hair the whole time. And now boom, I look like fucking this, without that obviously, with that shit and that shit. And then I just go back to fucking having a full head of hair when I feel like it. What I really, really want is to have a hair length that is suitable for just shoving a hairpiece on as well. And this length here, this might be it. I'd say it's 3 millimeters. If I took one of these hairs and measured it, it's between 2 and 3 millimeters, I would say. That's 2 or 3/10 of a centimeter. Now, given that most of you who have a full topper don't properly shave all this anyway, because you don't have access to a proper mirror, and you never have, unless you build one of these things so you can see yourself. Most of you haven't shaved it nicely anyway. So you're basically pasting glue or tape onto stubble pretty much most of the time, is that right? Or you happen to actually be bald throughout the whole area and put your topper on. But it's never pure shine, is it? It's not just shine and then full head of hair. I mean, there are regions where it's thin, right? You might be shiny bald all the way to there, but this part here might be dissipating, and then you have to shave off that so you've got better adhesion, so you'll make your hairpiece this big, right? Whatever. At any rate, I think most of you are just using a beard trimmer, not a razor. And if you are using a razor, that's great. But after a certain amount of time, this is going to regrow back, and then, yeah, you're going to be gluing basically onto hair, stubble anyway. So if I could maintain this length, this is a bit longer than what you'd consider stubble, but using tape, if that can just hold itself down on top of this stuff, potentially I could just always just use clippers, electric clippers, to just always keep my head this length all over. No fucking around. Have the hairpiece ready to go. A long skinny 10-inch one maybe that goes all the way back down here past my tattoo. Ends at the hairline, and hopefully it's, well, just goes over that central bit. And then hopefully I can brush both down to cover the perimeter there. Keep it all down there to cover that perimeter, because if it ended on the bald spot, then it's either going to be brushed sideways or forward or something or whatever, or flop out or fling out in the case of a crown problem, which seems to be like the order of the day. So I've got to keep it going down to 10. I've got to go all the way back to here, right? If you just entered a bald spot back on, if you have a crown which marks the end of your bald area, which I think most of you would, do you stop there with your hairpiece stencil? Is that the end of your, is it the end of your hairpiece? Does it just end there and you don't have fucking big problems back here? Or you do have big problems back here and there's perimeter glue visible just to the whole world. Anyone who's behind you in a line or walking past you while you're sitting in a chair. Is that what's going on? You just put up with being mocked by society as you walk around as the local village freak? Or do you have a solution? Because as far as I can understand this, you need to brush downwards in every direction to cover over the perimeter. Unless it's perfect. And I don't think any of you have bothered with that shit. With the front hairline, you're trying very hard all the time, I'm sure, because, you know, you want a brush back look, or, you know, there'll be a gap, or a part, and then people will see where the perimeter is. You know, that's all fucked up. So, alternatively, I could go back to doing all this properly, but just narrow the hairpiece. Right? I'm not sure exactly where it would land. So if I were to, I'd want to get rid of all that baldness, and that as well, because it's just bum fluff really. So I'd come around like that, right? But I could potentially go up higher, eliminate that, and just, what kind of hair style could I have with a little fluffy mohawk thing here? Could I part to the side and brush like that? No, don't know, don't think so. A side part would begin probably about there, realistically, just above where I've already got it, which is probably the reason I decided this is a good spot to shave out. But the other problems now are that the hairs are dark and thick and growing through, and it's not bald at all, and I'm shaving it all off seemingly unnecessarily. But the reason would be so that I can have downward styling for the edge hairs. A narrow one, like just covering the bald area, just a narrow skinny hairpiece that just comes around like that. One would give me little recessions here, right? Give me a little recession there as it comes up and meets where my natural perimeter is. Right, it'll come up. And then I could just go straight back from there. Eliminating about 2 inches on each side. That's 4-inch thinner hairpiece. Currently wearing an 8-inch wide hairpiece. I'd be reducing that down to 4 inches width. And stopping here seems to be completely out of the question with the 8 inches. So I extend back further 2 inches. So I keep 10 inches and I go by 10 by 4. A long strip like a mohawk. I can't imagine how well I could style that. Now, there is the solution of growing up these fucking buffers of my natural hair up around the sides. Just grow that all longer there. So it sort of conceals the perimeter in a thicket of hairs that you don't notice. And that's what will make me look like you fucking weirdos. That's what's gonna happen. I'll end up walking around like these big fucking things. But I already looked weird anyway, didn't I, when I had that back thing connecting for the overflop. There's no escape from it. But I would love to be able to just carefree, not have to worry about managing these weird things on the side. But there might not be any way around it. The other things, you know, it's difficult to shave and do the back of your hair and all this other stuff with all these mirrors and everything. So if you could just do the whole head all the same length, like I'm proposing, it would massively alleviate that problem. As it stands right now, I hate all this scraggly grey shit that I'm seeing here in the mirror. I can continue to dye it and all the other things, but dye it, yes, and dye it as well. But yeah, if I lose weight and I get in shape and everything else, Jason Statham doesn't look bad. Like I say, he's in shape though, and also he's tanned. I never go in the sun. But if I did go in the sun, maybe this would all blend colour-wise. It's taken me ages to get this back to this length again. Right now, I'm so sick of having hairs flying around all over the place. When I put I put both windows down in my van as I was driving throughout Australia, and it was just buffeting. The wind was just, and there was no hair in my face. I'd taken it off. It was beautiful. Now, I'm going to get rid of all this shit and try to make it this length all over. Just so I can live with myself. Because right now, this is not good. Guess what length this is? Because I'm going to have to try to match it. Nine mils? No. Got to be shorter. I'd say 7. But I don't remember what comes in this kit. 12. 6. It's also nice to be able to scratch my head properly with my fingernails instead of going through the plastic and ripping hairs out. So it's so grey now that it looks like there's nothing there. I look fucking terrible. I'll go get the iPad so I can do this properly. Okay, we've got 8-pound mirror now. See myself, right hand, right. 6 is probably too short. That was probably more of a 9, wasn't it? My fingers are dirty from dealing with cars. I've got to empty this, and also this isn't great for, it doesn't feel great on the face. I just use my standard Hatica, what's it called? Hatica. What the fuck? Shit, this thing unscrewed. It unscrewed completely. Oh, come on, get on there, you fucker. That's on an angle, damn it. I didn't fuck the thread. The insert, this little bit here is what is it? 1/4 inch to 3/8 converter. It's sharp and seems to have bent. Let me just continue shaving my face so I can get on with fixing that shit. I'll deal with the sideburns after I fix this. This converter snapped in half. This 1/4 inch to 3/8 inch. Snapped in half internally because the weight of this thing and me jigging it around so hard caused that little connection, which shouldn't be 1/4 inch in the first place. If you could get a stud that went into this thing that was 3/8, it would be a stronger. Instead of trying to get everything shrunk down to 1/4 inch for something of this mass with this much torque moving it around. At any rate, let's fix up these sideburns. Got it. Shall I see the sideburns? This has 6 and this sideburns are now 3. Ending just above the base of the tragus. Other side. I'm just going to loosen the pan rotating component of this. That is already loose. It's alright. So we're going from 3mm on the sideburns up to 6mm up there. Normally I wouldn't do 3mm all the way, but since this haircut's so fucking extremely short, I'll mess around with it. So I've got to make the sideburn end just above the base of the tragus. Okay, on that side. On that side. This one's narrower. I must have shaved some there, maybe. Let's try to narrow this one. My name is Forrest Gump. Yeah, I should have stuck with 9 more than 6. I miscalculated. At least we know the length of the regrowth. It's 9 here. I'm just looking in my camera thing here. See, left hand. It's not the neatest thing in the world just now. Pretty wonky. I'm just glad to have all this shit off my head. Okay, so that's with the little tiny camera on the front of the phone. In order for you to see, I'll flip the camera. Okay, so now this is the back-facing main camera. Always orange there. And the fungus is trying to reclaim part of my head via my face instead of my scalp. So I'll put some Dermaid or Hydrosol on this. And that. And probably just wear a hat for a while because I can't be fucked with the hairpiece shit at the moment. This looks weird. Could be something I could get used to, especially if this was the same length as this. And if I'm going to do all this, I wouldn't bother with dyeing the greys either. I just go grey and keep it short. Maybe maintain some kind of 9 to 12 millimeter shave. I don't like it when I have no sideburns. I think my face looks empty. So despite the balding pattern, I don't think I would go, razor, because using a razor constantly is probably more effort than wearing a hairpiece and just growing your hair out. I wouldn't want to go to that much effort. I just sort of let people see that I'm bald. I'd walk down the stairs with long gloves and I can say, I am bald. Yes, everybody bow in my presence. I am the bald man. And just kind of own it, maybe. My mutation. At least now it can mostly grow back uniformly. That would have been a problem if I'd let that stay long and tried to accommodate that. Better what I did. I'm glad I did it. So now I can stop looking in the mirror for a few weeks. I'm reluctant to have a shower because I fucking hate how much time it takes. The shower might be nice and relaxing, but the teeth brushing and all the flossing and all the other fucking, and then the drying takes forever. But now I don't have to worry about that head being slow. I've got to do a quick pedo test, right? I'm a bit worried that these old-fashioned 1950s style Caterpillar eyebrow glasses add to a bit of the, bald man is a strange danger, pedo in the bushes at the park problem. So I've just got to record myself singing this little pedo song that I just thought would be a perfect example of a pedo song, and play it back to myself and go, are you too pedo without hair? Here we go. The little red caboose, the little red caboose, the little red caboose behind the train. I think the train thing adds a lot to being more pedo if you want to speak like that. But you need to add a little bit of a tap on the kid's ass when you're singing it. So you go like this. The little red caboose, boop boop, the little red caboose, boop boop, the little red caboose behind the train. Yeah, I think I might need hair. Who does a fucking pedo test? Comedians, alright? That's what I want to do, alright? Okay, what's a good, the little red caboose? No, it's like, want to get up, get down. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. Put your booty on the floor. We want to get up, get down. You want to get up, get down. 1, 2, 3, 4. Put your booty on the floor. Got to get up, get down. You got to get up, get down. What other songs we got? Well, I'm thinking, well, if I was to think about a song that I would sing personally, I don't know. I think I'd ask the people, what do they want? What do I want? I don't even know. All right, Jane Fonda. 1, 2, 3, 4. Everybody on the floor. No, she's like, look at my thighs. Look at their size. Look at the line on my joint. Like everything has to be said with 100% energy at all times. And stretch, and stretch. Honey, I'm going down to the store now to pick up some milk and eggs. If we can just do it. Excuse me, I just coughed. Like, fuck it, just calm down, Jane Fonda. Like, it's just, there are subtleties in speech that you need to learn. It's not all, wah! 10. Anyway. I don't know what you're talking about. I just speak like this all the time. Anyway, more importantly than shaving your face is, if you are an old man like me, trimming your eyebrows. Because if you have caterpillar eyebrows, caterpillar eyebrows. If you have caterpillar eyebrows, fuck. I reckon my DNA has been so mutated over the years as I've gotten older. As I have become older, as I have got older, as I have become. I've been joining this group to do with grammar policing or something. Look, these little scissors, I just slid my fingers along the table to try and pick them up, but they were really hard to pick up because you got to slide them off the edge of the table so you can actually get the very tips of your fingers in there. And yeah, I don't trust them. They feel like I'm out of control. Could go near the eyeball too much. I don't like them. I can't remember what, I bought them so I could manipulate tiny little corrections along the front hairline. That's why I bought them. But they are extremely stabby. They're not child safe. They're not eye safe. And we're going to be using them around our face. So you got to weigh up, do you care more about eyebrows or front hairline? Just like eyebrows or eyeballs? I meant eyeballs. These ones are safer, look. But they're not great. I mean, they take a lot. They hold on to your fingers too much. Those little orange ones would be good if they were not blunt. What hairdressers do in this situation is they use a comb and just do the whole outward facing lot of it. Now I could do something similar to that with beard trimmer, but I just don't want to ever look like this part is accentuated because this part is not dark enough. I don't ever want this part to be darker than this part, that's for sure. Otherwise I look like an AIDS patient. You want to get up, get down. Come over here. Gotta really keep my eye on that thing since it bent and snapped. Okay. Caterpillars are gone. Now, I stink. I'm gonna have a shower. Got to get down. Just covering over this stuff with this stuff. I was going to take all these packages that I just received and unwrap them and maybe make a stencil and maybe cut out a new hairpiece and all the other things. And most of all, start exercising today, take my computer game that I've been playing for the last few hours and take it down to the gym and just do it on the treadmill and start monitoring my weight loss because I intend to lose weight. Instead, I'm going to take this phone, which I'm speaking to right now, and order pizza from Uber Eats. Whoa! Oh, it's so windy! Jeez, look at the wall straight away. Ah. It's pretty awesome out there. I woke up from a nightmare. My ex-girlfriend from 17 years ago. This, I keep thinking that was my last girlfriend. We were together for 3 years. Beautiful girl. But I was just getting fatter and fatter like I am now, and my life was going nowhere, and I didn't want her to look at me, and I was buckled over in pain every waking moment of my life, pretty much like I am now, and I just wasn't ready to be responsible enough to be in a relationship. And also, we weren't talking much, right? It's just she was a quiet person, and I'm potentially quite loud and fun. I want fun. I guess she wasn't fun enough. She was sweet, but I never knew what she was thinking after 3 years. Too quiet. So, but last night I had this dream that she was just always leaning over and gushing over some guy who was walking past, some guy who was visiting our house and staying there or something, and he kept on smiling and looking at her, even when I was standing right there. And I realised I don't want to be a cuckold. Have you heard of that? That's the guy whose wife or girlfriend starts looking at other dudes. And I know that having a hairpiece has got stigma attached, but at least you look better, right? It's the same as a girl with makeup. She doesn't look as good without the makeup. You know this. We all know this. She knows this. She looks in the mirror and goes, "Oh my God, fuck, you're ugly," in the mirror to herself all the time. Look like the girl in the magazine. And then she proceeds to put L'Oreal because you're worth it all over her face. And she starts feeling confident about herself and wearing all these clothes that she spends her whole life looking at in the shop window and buying, and this becomes her. And she's like, wow, I've made it. This takes effort. I mean, she's going to effort. She's vain. And it serves her well because she's good looking and now everybody treats her well. But if she walked around in Ugg boots and tracksuit pants and just floppy and she was fat, well, mostly if she was fat, all the other stuff men basically ignore because we don't give a fuck. We're just looking at what does she look like underneath those clothes. At any rate, I think your mindset would change. Like if you are married or have a girlfriend, you're not that, alert to every girl walking past as you once were until you're single again. I'm single now, but see, this is what happens if you become fat and bald and you think, I don't want anyone to ever look at my head. It would pain you for a girl to look at you. But I've been in situations where I want a beautiful girl to look at me so that I could potentially go out with her or touch her or whatever else, right? But these days, no, it's been years since I've wanted anyone to look at me. Anyway, this nightmare of her looking at this other dude was not really related to me being fat and ugly so much. Well, it might half have something to do with that. My brain secretary has been, busy going, this will teach him, right? So the other thing is, it's my sister and my mum having a close relationship and circling me out. That's what it's about. My mum is currently in hospital. She's got influenza while she's got leukemia. She's on hardcore chemotherapy right now. She takes it 24 hours a day. Usually she wears it in a pump bag and she can leave the hospital, but this was her start of a new month of consolidation, I think phase 3, and she has to wear it. She has to get tested for the first week to make sure that the medication doesn't impact her too heavily. And so she'll send a group text because she doesn't ring me anymore. Every time I ring her, I'm like, am I on loudspeaker in front of all the patients and everything? I'm talking about personal issues about the family or whatever. And it's like, yeah. She's so different now. She's changed so much. She's the only person in my life who matters. Only person Like, anything I think about, dream about achieving or doing, even if it's to have a girlfriend or something, it would be so that I could introduce my mum to this person. But my mum's just changed so much. Manipulative. Like I said, with this group text thing, if my sister and my mum have been doing secret messaging and so on, I'm thinking about going and visiting my mum in hospital, although I don't want to leave the house without a fucking wig on, right? It's paralyzing me, keeping me a prisoner in my own fucking life to not have hair. And I want to go and put one on again, but I know that I'm going to have to measure I don't have an existing stencil. Because the last hairpiece I wore was full. So I don't want to leave, and I don't want to go and put the hairpiece on it, and I want to get all this fucking editing done, and I wish I wasn't recording right now, but I needed somebody to talk to, and I already start feeling the weight of me come off as I wipe my pain on you. So thank you. You don't understand all these people and what's going on in my life, so it doesn't really hurt you, does it? It'll just sort of be dispersed among all of you, and you guys can take a bit of the load. Just so I've got someone to talk to. Most people have other people to talk to. I've got nobody to talk to, really. So I'm fucked. I've got you guys, so that's why you got to deal with my diary entry stuff as well. That's my hair breakthroughs. I had the pickup from Lord Hair today come pick up 2 of the hairpieces to take them back to China and swap them. I spoke to the lady on the phone who works for Lord Hair, and I told her one of them's shedding really badly. And she said, "I'll just send it back in the packet and keep one of the other ones. So keep 3 and send back 1 new one and your old one, and we'll examine it." I'm in discussions with them also about the levels of creating bleached roots in a poly system. I said, what's the point? The hairs are falling out constantly anyway. And she sounded shocked, like, oh, they were falling out in 3 days? That's really bad. I said, oh, I didn't say 6 of them have, because, you know, I don't want to break your heart, and also I pretended I was someone else when I purchased them so I could get a better deal. So, yeah. Anyway, but it's still I still paid them hundreds of dollars, but I paid them less money than I would have with the regular prices. You'd think that, you know, because I do so much referencing for them, like they do pay me affiliate commission, which is great. But I want more. I want free hairpieces, basically, but I can't. I got to pay like the rest of you guys. Anyway, the deal with my mum, very sick. Though she seems normal every time I've seen her over the last few months, just mean. Just mean. And so she'll send a nice message to the group saying, oh, the doctors say I might be able to go home today. She'll say that. I love you, right? And then, but that's after she's already arranged with my sister to have it pick up. And then the next message is like 5 minutes later, oh, your sister's here, she's coming to get me. I was like, what? I was just, after I received your first message, I was preparing to, you know, get dressed and have a shower and go to the hospital to visit you. But you lied, or you didn't lie technically, but over the last few years, she's been lying like crazy and manipulative. She doesn't get along with her husband. Don't touch me. Don't get your hands off me. Don't touch me. That's what she'll say out loud in public. That's a fucking rape. That's a call to protect a woman from rape when some woman yells out at the top of her voice, don't touch me, right? Because she's pissed off with him about, you know, tapping her on the shoulder to tell her about the football game she doesn't give a shit about. But something, you know, they hate each other. But I've started hating her too. I've started hating him a long time ago because he's so selfish, it's unbelievable. But my mum, she was the kindest. You would have loved her. She's like an angel. She was. Then it became road rage. Then it became... something clicked inside her brain saying, you deserve better. This is my mum's brain talking to itself. You deserve better. Don't let these people push you around anymore. Stand up for yourself. Whereas before it was like, oh, there must be something that person's experiencing, then there's maybe a way I can help them. She was a nurse, and she was a very caring nurse, really cared about her patients and everything. The torture and everything I feel in my life is because of my sister abandoning me when we were little, right? And you might say that's nothing, but she still hasn't really ever apologized, and she's like blamed me for my grudges about it instead of giving me closure. It would have taken her 5 seconds to have realization, but she's always too busy with her clinky keys and her fucking loud shoes, and fuck, she's just busy all the time. It looks like if my mum dies, I will kill myself. I can't imagine. There's nothing else. My mum is the center of everything. She was the only one who knew my story, and I cried on her shoulder so often, every night for, I don't know, the whole time I lived at home, up until I left about 18, 19. Well, 18. Well, 17 actually, but even after that, stayed in contact, and obviously my mum, and yeah, cried on her shoulder many times, out in the rain and screaming in fucking shopping centres, all sorts of things. And even, it's just, my father, who I loved at the beginning, betrayed me. And if you take a dog and dump it out in the woods and say, "You want to go for a car ride? You want to go for a car ride?" And the dog gets in, it's right. All right, I'll be back in an hour. Right? You drive off, and the dog's waggling tail, head out the window, sniffing, wonder where he's going. It's like, go on, play in the woods, right? And then you just go, and then you just drive off, and the dog's like, huh? And you can see in the rear vision mirror the dog chasing your car. Where are you going, Daddy? Daddy, no, where are you going, Daddy? Right? And then you become a light speck as dusk falls in this new home that you're not going to survive because you're a fucking little puppy or some shit that they didn't want for Christmas, after Christmas, because, you got to clean up dog poo and dog hair off the couch and barking too much, you're gone. You're just stuck out in the forest. And what are they going to tell people? Yeah, unfortunately, he got hit by a car, right, or something, right? And the dog probably will get hit by a car. It just hasn't happened yet because you've dumped his ass in the forest. Obviously, this does happen, right? People do dump their pets in the forest, thinking, oh, it's an animal that can live and survive in a forest. It's going to die. It's going to die. And if it doesn't die, it'll have some shocking, emotionally, as you would expect, it's going to go through horrific pain. Probably for the rest of its life, right? It'll be damaged beyond repair. Imagine then that your family did that to you, and then they treat you, when you come back, and you're like this, they're like, why are you being like that for? Never an apology about dumping you in the forest, never mentioned. That never happened, right? You know what happened. You were there. You were the fucking dog. That's my life. And people are worshipping the ground that these people walk on because they're so happy and fun. And the way they achieve this is by trimming off anything they don't like from their life, whether it hurts people or not, but they conceal all that in a web of bullshit. And it's like, oh, you okay? Yeah. Right, because they're the sort of people who will wonder if somebody's okay, and give them about 3-4, can't listen anymore, 3-4 seconds of listening to, oh, that's terrible that happened. Now let's go have some drinks or whatever, right? They don't give a fuck. Anyway, I hope you know that I'm the opposite of that, and I've devoted my life to fucking selflessness. You wouldn't see that. It's washing away from my soul. Like, as I see that nobody's left. Friends abandoned me for being this way, for caring too much, for whinging, maybe that's what they saw. Too negative, maybe that's a catchphrase from the 90s that allowed people to dump their friends. Yeah. Like, that's why I am now of the opinion that violence is the answer. Like, if people are not willing to do the right thing out of kindness, then they will do the right thing out of fear. And I'm not joking. This is not what Jesus taught. Just forgive them. But he had everyone's attention. He got pretty fucking pissed off when nobody listened to him. So I'm pretty sure all Jesus rules only apply if people are by default listening to what you have to say. If everyone's just ignoring you like you're nothing, then you become worthless, and Jesus would probably agree, get an AK-47 and just run into a mall and just kill everybody in the whole fucking area. Now, no, Jesus probably wouldn't say that. Jesus would probably say L'chaim or something. He was Jewish. Well, I'm sure the language has changed over the years. Now, do I want to be a nobody and ignored? We all know that vanity is there for a reason. That when we look better, we get treated better. That's a no-brainer. Now, you might say it's shallow, but who you are on the inside is the thing that matters the most. Think of yourself like an onion, okay? At your core, you are a good person, and on the next level up, you're willing to do these nice, good things for people and go out of your way a little bit, pick up some rubbish when nobody's looking, help a little old lady cross the road, all the nice stuff, right? And your personality on the surface is probably, if you're really nice, not very good. Because personality is just the outer presentation shell, and if you're having to go to all these effort to achieve vanity unnaturally, like I am, because it doesn't come naturally, you got to force it. You got to wear disguises to make people think that you're good looking, or aren't bald at least. Then you probably have problems with your personality as well, because you're having to fake it till you make it or whatever. You know, you could have a great personality, but you just have to wear a hairpiece, but you've always got that teetering doubt. Wouldn't it be great if you could just walk around like this sometimes and wear a hairpiece other times? I kind of wish that was how it was. You know, that hairpieces and wigs were so pervasive throughout society that people just wore them some days, didn't wear them other days. No big deal. I didn't feel like wearing one today. I'd love to be able to walk out this door and be bald and let people see, and then fucking the next day have full head of hair again, and then go back to bald. Doesn't matter, right? However I want, like a hat. And I could do that, but it is so strange to people that I wouldn't do that to myself, because I would get listed in a category in their brain that says, this guy's a fucking freak. And that doesn't give me the respect that I'm after when I seek vanity in the first place. Capiche? Yeah. So, by nightmare, my secretary in my brain put that nightmare there for me to make me realize, A, your sister and your mum are having a love affair without you, and B, don't be an ugly cuck. If, like, the last couple of days I've been watching, I just saw, Why Him, with Bryan Cranston and one of the good-looking Jewish dudes from that posse of Jonah Hill and fucking, who's the Pineapple Express dude? Like, I can't remember his name. Anyway, he's got a nice smile and everything. So he's got big tanked up muscles, big flowing hair, and they're at a rave party and everything, and you know, having a good time because he's good looking, and all the good looking people having a great time together. Then I saw some footage of a beach party over in Ibiza or something, and I thought, I still want to do those things. It hasn't hooked into my brain yet that it's game over yet, right? I keep saying I'm 50 until I get a fucking hunchback. But I can't choose that. I am physically and psychologically exhausted from life, and I don't want to live. That is true. But if I am going to live, I need to try harder. And that means get this fucking edit off my computer, dump it all onto you guys so I don't have to deal with it anymore. Maybe come back and make a video answering any questions that you've typed in the comments. Say, I'm not that fat, fuck off, right? Whatever else. Then put a fucking hairpiece on my head properly so I know that it's just, and just have them in the drawer ready to go, all pre-cut. And admittedly, if the company can give good haircuts out of the box, so you just pull the hairpiece out, stencil cut and haircut, and use attach tape or glue and just plonk it on your head, that's the way to do it. There's no need for custom orders, because that is a custom order, so long as the crown problem doesn't persist. Now, hopefully the crown problem won't persist in lace, because they don't hopefully need to do the sideways stitching there, because it's not V-loops with lace, it's knots. Now, it won't work straight out of the box, because they're never going to be able to bleach it to my satisfaction. I would bleach. Anyway, I'm in discussions with them now, so it looks like they are trying a little bit, but they're worried about, okay, for this, when they take a 0.03 millimeter sliver of base and they've got to stitch through it, apparently they put glue on it. I was speaking to the lady yesterday, or today actually. They put some glue on it so it doesn't rip when they're doing the stitching. When they apply my bleach method, as they said, and they wash the bleach off, it's also washing away the glue that maintains the integrity of this unit or something. And I said, it doesn't matter if that stuff dissolves away or gets damaged from the bleach and wash process, because it doesn't hold the hairs anyway. Look, and I sent them pictures of the last video that I just made, which is it's just uploading now. It's 78 gigabytes in size. This 1 7-hour video about my 4th attempt putting on it, my first full topper. And I said, look, the hairs just come out, they just come out. There's nothing holding them in, right? They're just fucking, it's like spider webs down my face every shower. Or whenever I scratch, I'm worried about all this hair all over my shoulders all the time. By the way, feeling that, realizing that there aren't hairs coming out all over my head right now was just like a realization. Maybe I should stay bald. But no, must not think those thoughts. Have to go back the other way. Vanity matters more. I simply don't look good like this. Even if I was in perfectly good health and good shape, it still wouldn't be as good to have this. And this is all thinned out. And the damage I've done from waxing over the last 14 years on my head and potentially glue strangulation has meant that I can't ever do this. I could try to shave, right, and maintain a shaved look, but you've got to realize this. If you shave your head every day to make sure that your bald head cue ball looks cue ball enough, right, that's the same amount of effort as putting on a hairpiece. And we know which one looks better. Hair always wins. So with that said, I'm going to get back to editing and drink this coffee, which is now cold because coffee cups are still not heated in the 21st century. At this point, 2024. I'm sure there are self-heated cups, but you know, and this is instant coffee and it tastes like shit. Even though that's all I ever drink. But sometimes I go to somebody's house and they've got the machine and they're like, ooh, bloop, 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 here, ding. It's like, wow, this is amazing. They've even got a cookie sitting here to sort of help. This is the only cookie I've got in the house, by the way. There are no other treats in the house. But it's probably a good thing. I avoid buying treats. I've got this instead, which is almost a treat, but I don't think I'll even eat it. Anyway, yeah, I will choose hair. Now, in terms of making a stencil, that hair stylist's colouring cap, I bought 2 of them. I got 2 new ones ready to go. They stretch, which means that when you measure it and take it off and cut it out, it'll have recoiled, so you can't trust it. Now, I could try to alleviate the stretchiness by pre-cutting out some of the plastic so that it's relaxed and it's not stretched. You know, it's trying to stretch over the shape of my giant skull. So that's going to cause problems. But if I could cut away the outer edges first, that should relax it more into a floppy, long thing that probably won't be ruined. And then I could potentially trace out a decent stencil shape. The other thing is, I don't even know what stencil I want. The width, I just watched some of my previous video footage when I was editing, and I could see that the wider sort of landed more naturally on the back of my head, so coming forward all the way to the front, all the way like that, seems kind of more logical than going narrow, which would probably result in a very, very triangular kind of temple, right? Where the hairpiece is narrow here. I don't know if that'll work. And then this bit here is where the part, if it stops all the way up there, that's where you would brush the hair sort of that way, isn't it? And then down there, so the perimeter would be visible to anyone. And the same would be potentially true around the back here as well. I don't know. Keeping it narrow like a mohawk in terms of its shape, it doesn't seem like the right answer either. But I really want to minimize the amount of... I want to maximize the breathability. I want to minimize the strangulation of the whole hairpiece. I want to make it as small as possible. So keeping it long for the purposes of brushability and styling, it's not a good enough reason. I should work out a way to use my natural hair as much as I can, so that I can get as much oxygen and so on to my scalp as I can. My bald area ends about there, right? If we were to consider all this shiny bit here in the middle. So that's really only as wide as it needs to be from there to there. But then we've got where it meets here. If I go all the way down like that, it's going to have a massive fucking triangle thing here. Whereas I like it coming like that. I'll have to figure... I feel like I'm starting from scratch every time. At least I've got failures that I can look back on. Exhausting failures, by the way. I don't have the energy for this. And I want to start my gym program, which I'm going to do with you. And I've got equipment, which is sitting in boxes and has been for over a week, just sitting in the kitchen. But I haven't opened it. It's been there for over 2 or 3 weeks, actually. And I haven't opened it because I know the day I open it, if I don't take action with that equipment, it'll just sit and gather dust. And I want that opening day to be the day I begin. Do you understand that? And if I don't feel like I'm about to fucking do all that, it will be another 10, 20 years and I'll be 60 before I even bother. And what's even fucking point in starting life then? Start immediately. But I don't do it immediately. I fucking put things off. Look, I'm even procrastinating now. I'm going to go and edit what footage I've got to remains in the full topper series, my first full topper series. And then I can start life. And I've got to stop making 27-minute or 30-minute recordings of my thoughts. But I feel like this was an important one psychologically for me. I feel like I've been able to wipe my pain on you, so I'm grateful to you for that. Thank you very much. Weight's been lifted in a way I've had someone to talk to. Can you imagine me holding all these painful thoughts in on my own? Most of you probably have to do that if you don't have a friend who's a good listener. And how many people care about your thoughts and feelings, really? When I was young, I thought, well, everybody must, because otherwise they're not a nice person. But really, how long are you going to sit there and listen to somebody whinge? That's why I never understood psychologists and psychiatrists. Why are we paying to have these people listen who don't care? And they say, time's up every hour, right? When I could have somebody in my family listen. And then I realized they didn't want to listen to me either. Nobody wants to listen to your fucking list of shit. It's unfortunate, but you are alone. You'll die alone. People will go through a ceremonial, oh, that's sad. What are we doing after? Right? So, you're on your own. That's it.